Hello, everyone. I thought I would just pop in and see if anyone's awake and maybe have a little chat session. So if anybody wants to come in, please join me. Let me see. Chat. That might be a good idea. Oh, hello? Nothing, I'm going live. Hi, Heather. How are you? Um, let's see. Oh, you know what? I don't know. I don't know how I set this up. Uh, okay, what do I need to do? Okay, I need to go chat, copy link. Oh, you know what? Let's see. Um, hmm, I don't. Ah, I see. Well, I don't want to keep you up, so it's okay. I'm just hoping somebody else is sitting around. It's Friday night and bored to tears and just looking to have a little chat session. Maybe somebody will pop in. Um, okay, now what the heck do I have to? Oh, paste. That's fine. I don't know what the heck I'm going to talk about, but uh, just wondering how everybody enjoyed their Christmas. And okay, what the heck? Oh, that was weird. What is going on here? Okay, how do I find? Okay, what the heck is going on? Something is happening here that doesn't seem to be kosher. I don't know what's going on. Freeze dried oh, really? Freeze dried astronaut ice cream. I think I remember having that years and years and years ago. I thought it was pretty nasty. I don't remember where it was though. It might have been the planetarium in Boston. I don't know. I don't remember. Or it might have been from a friend. Did she really like it? Okay, why can't I find it? Why can't I find my live in on my channel? Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see if I can pop out the chat. Okay. Now, aha. Now I can close the chat on StreamYard and I might be able to see if somebody pops in. I hear my tea kettle whistling. Speaking of which, it's not hot anymore. She liked it. Yeah, it was very grainy. That's kind of what I remembered about it. Kind of like, I guess like graham crackers. Kind of chalky. Uh, all right. Now, okay, there's the link. If you want to come up, we'll see if anybody else pops in. I hope so. I don't know if I really don't know. I thought it would pop up in my notifications. I don't know why, but it didn't pop up in my notifications. And then I had to go hunting for it. Right. I think I have everything set up now. It's it's a learning process trying to figure out how to do this. Yeah, me too. I don't know if Can you see it on your notification list? I'm wondering because I don't see it in mine. Apparently, you don't get notifications about your own lives going up. So I don't know how I can tell. You're not very lively tonight. Yeah, well, you haven't been getting enough sleep. You've been staying up too late. And I suppose I'm partially responsible for that. I was hoping maybe Trey or Chris would show up. I'm sure I think Trey is at work, but I'm not sure. Oh, did ya? Oh, good. Okay. Oh, it's 11:11, my favorite time. Well, it was my fault a couple of times. I think I was a bad influence. You ended up staying up late. I wish somebody'd show up. Come on, people. Oh, yeah, 'cause you're Central Time. It's 11:11 here. Um, I posted a few things on my homepage, the community tab. I put uh I put some pictures of our roast beef that we had for Christmas. And I also posted a bit of a rant. Not really a rant, but just trying to give a counter argument to the people that say Jesus wasn't born on the 25th of December. He had to be born in the spring, which makes no sense whatsoever. But anyway, Wanda, you did you see that? Did you read it? It was long. I know it was long, but I hope it at least gave people a little bit of a thought of pause to think about where this is all coming from and how silly it is. I was hoping somebody would show up. Thank you, Wanda. The planetarium guessed it was September. Yeah, artificial intelligence ain't that intelligent. Guessing is not a good thing. So they say. Hello, Jan. Ah, Happy New Year. It's not quite there yet, but hello and Happy New Year to you too. It's always nice to see you, Jan. I loved your meatloaf video. That looked really good. I just had to come on because I was bored. Nobody's got any lives going on. Not from our group, anyway. I don't think there are any lives going on. I just shared my live. I did? Oh, you did. Oh, thank you. I hope it'll let people know that we're here and we're looking to do a little yakking. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, there was one other thing that I thought about, Jan. W- Uh, Instead of, well, besides breadcrumbs, we also use old-fashioned oatmeal, dry oatmeal, as a to soak up the juices and to give it a little more body and make it more tender. So we do like half breadcrumbs and half oatmeal. Oh, Jan, it would be great if you could share it with your billions of followers. I know you got a lot more than I do. Chicken and rice soup. 3 naps. Did you see my community page? I posted pictures of our roast beef that I made, a rib roast. But yeah, the pictures are a little fuzzy because, for one thing, my camera isn't the best. It's a crappy phone that I have. My cell phone is it's a flip phone and it's a cheapie, and I pay like $6 a month just to keep it so I can make phone calls if I go out shopping or whatever, and I take it with me in case we have an emergency. I wish my husband had it with him last Monday, because he ended up getting stranded with a dead battery. Yeah, saltine crackers and meat and oatmeal is a good combination too. My dad always used saltine crackers. And I don't remember if he used oatmeal. I think he used oatmeal too. My dad was a good cook. He was awesome. Okay. Ah, yeah, I don't know how to post it to friends and stuff. I have no idea. All I do is post it on my page and figure that it'll go out to all the people that I'm sub to or that are sub to me, but I don't know how to share it otherwise. My dad was a cook in the army. Oh, really? My dad my dad begged them to let him go and serve. He was too old. They kept telling him to go home. Every time he went to the recruiting office, they'd say, "Go home, Bernie. You're too old. There's nothing you can do." And he kept going back every week. Whenever they'd come to Worcester, he'd go and he'd sit there in line and stand there in line and wait for them to get to him. And he'd say, "Okay, I want to sign up." And they kept saying, "Oh, why are you back here again?" And he said, "I can cook." The guy got a little snippy with him. So, "What do you think you can do for the army?" He said, "I can cook. And if the guys need a cook, I can cook." So they signed him up and figured he'd never make it through basic training, but he did. And the guys that went to eat in his mess hall were happy campers because they got a decent meal. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. At one point, my dad was working in the mess hall, and some big high ranking guy came to inspect the troops. And when the guy asked the commander, "So where are we going to eat?" And he said, "To the mess hall." To the mess hall, thinking, "Oh God, this is just, we're going to eat slop." And when he ate my dad's cooking, he said, "Okay, this guy can cook." And he tried to talk my dad into going with him because he wanted to take him as his personal chef. And he was going to China, and then he was going to someplace in Europe. He was going to be traveling all over Europe. And he's, telling my dad all about this stuff, and he's going on and on and on. And he said, "So are you coming with me, or what are you going to do?" And he said, I I hate to say no, but I really would rather cook for the boys. The guy couldn't argue with him. He said, "No, I came in to cook for the boys while they were in basic training, and that's what I want to do." So he did. It only lasted a year because Legs, he had varicose veins and flat feet. They don't even know how he got through basic training. The girl that hit my daughter's bus was charged today. She was on Snapchat and blew the stop sign. Oh my God. My dad joined the army at 17. Yeah, see, my grandmother wouldn't sign for my dad to in World War One. He wanted to join, and he was 17, and she wouldn't sign for him. So when World War Two came around, he wanted to go in again, and this time he was too old. Oh, really? Wow. Oh, wow. I'm telling you, men back then knew what it was to be a dad or a man. Just go and do whatever it is you need to do. Yeah, see, my grandmother wouldn't sign for my dad to go in World War One. He wanted to go in, and she wouldn't sign to let him go. She was afraid he was going to go and die, so she didn't want him to go. He was the only boy. He had two sisters that were older than him, and he was the youngest, and she didn't want him to go. Can't say that I blame her, but he was determined he was going to go. When World War Two came around, he said, "That's it. I'm going again. I'm going to get in if it kills me. I'm just going to go." And then they kept telling him no, and he kept saying, "Yes, I'm doing it." But it didn't last long because he was not in good shape at that point. I can't believe there's nobody around. There's nobody else around. There's just you and me and Heather. Yeah, I don't know. I I knew my aunts, but most of the family on that side, I don't really know at all. My dad was 52 when I was born. He didn't get married until 1947, after the war. Even though he met my mother in 1932. My mother wouldn't my mother's father wouldn't let her marry him because he was Protestant, she's Catholic, and he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't allow it. And finally my dad converted, and they got married in 1947. So, yeah, my dad was 52 when I was born. How many brothers and sisters did he have? Ah, I see. Yeah, I only met one of my great aunts. Um, m- I never, I never knew my grandparents on either side. Well, I was almost a year old when my mom's dad died. I was not quite a year. I was like 11 months old when he died. And the others, my grandfather on my father's side and my grandmother on that side died long before I was born. And my mom's mom died when my mom was 3. She died of influenza back in 1919. Uh, I wonder if it was influenza. I don't know how old they were, what year. Influenza killed a lot of people. That was so much worse than COVID. This whole COVID BS is just that. It's nothing compared to what the influenza was. Uh, yeah, I never met my grandmother. I never met either one of my grandmothers, and I only met my mom's. I only knew my mom's dad until I was a baby, so I really don't remember him at all. Except I do remember the day he died because I had a nightmare that woke me up in the morning, and it was right around the time he died. I woke up screaming. Well, I'm not sure if it was a nightmare or if I actually saw what I think I saw. Hi, Arlene. Thanks for coming in. I'm not sure if Heather fell asleep. She was saying she was really tired and she was kind of, ah, that's so nice. If anybody wants to pop in, the link is at the top of the chat. I figured you'd maybe nod it off, Heather. Oh, cold tea.
Mm, not fun.
Not quite yet, huh? So what the heck is this bus thing? What happened? I think you mentioned it the other night. Did you mention it the other night? Heather has two pigs holding her eyes open. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Where are all these nighthawks that are usually up all night? Amy and Trey, Texas Ranger, Chris. Um, Heather was saying that somebody hit her daughter's bus. She was on Snapchat. You know, that's why it's illegal to use your phone while you're driving in Massachusetts. Oh my God, the bus rolled. Oh my God, how many kids? Oh my God. Oh, I never heard that. Oh, that's horrible. Right through a stop sign and T-boned the frickin' bus. That is unbelievable. Oh, oh my God. Oh, I was wondering how the heck a car could roll a bus. Oh my word. Oh, come on. 3 years? I was gonna say, how many kids were injured? God, I hope nobody died. That is horrible. People are insane. They get behind the wheel and they think it's nothing. They can do anything else at the same time because, multitasking. A car, any kind of vehicle is a weapon. If you don't treat it with respect, it can kill people. Oh my God. No, well, thank God for that. Just stupidity. Oh, thank God it was just broken bones. Wow. Oh my God. That's horrible. You talking to me? Nope, he's not talking to me. He's talking to his computer. Ah, I'll have to go and look at that. Oh, I don't know if I can look at that. I will go and look at that. Oh my God. That is sad. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it at all. That's horrible. That is a freaky thing to go through. Oh my God, Jan. No, but it's scary enough. You get rolled over in a bus? That's that's traumatizing. It, yeah, it definitely could have been worse. I'm surprised nobody died. Oh my God. Oh, that's good. Oh my God. I've been in accidents before, but nothing like that. Wow. Oh my God. Seriously? Oh my God. Yeah, no kidding. I wouldn't want to take a bus after that. Of course, it doesn't matter what you're in, what vehicle you're in. Some stupid idiot that's playing with their stupid phone because they're addicted to it. Their life is focused on the phone 24/7. I do remember you mentioning that the other night, Jan, when I was watching your live. She lost an earbud. Well, it's a good thing that's all she lost. Jeez. I would definitely not want to ride a bus after that. That would terrify me. Oh, good night, Wanda. I know. Take care of yourself. God bless you too. Well, that's good, Heather. I'm sure they had to check all of them. But sometimes you get hurt and you don't even realize it because you're in shock. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Bounced bounced around and rolled over. That's definitely not a good thing. Oh no! You rolled over? Oh my God, Jan. That's not a good way to practice doing cartwheels. Oh, oh, black ice. I hate black ice. Black ice is not my friend. It's not good to walk on. It's not good to drive on. And no, there is nothing good about black ice at all because you can't put it in your drink. You can't do nothing with it, but it's all on your butt or hit something or roll over. Yeah, I remember fishtailing on black ice. Not fun. No, definitely not. Black ice is nasty. That's why ice storms up here are much worse than snowstorms. I'd rather drive on snow than ice. You can't drive on ice, especially if it's wet. Wet ice is nasty. Oh, oh, Jan. Gravel is not good either. That's as bad as ice. Exactly. Yeah. Don't go driving on ice. Not a good plan. There were times when we had to drive on it and it was not fun, especially when you're on hills and curvy roads. No, not fun at all. Not so bad if you got to go in a straight line, but if you got to take a turn, you're going to lose. And don't even think about hitting the brakes to try and stop yourself quick. That don't work either. Uh, oh my God, Jan! Oh, that's not good. Did they have the fire trucks there and hose you down? Oh my God. Oh my word, 3 months old. Oh no, really? I hate insurance companies. Sometimes they're just so stupid. They charge you through the nose to pay for insurance, but they don't want you to use it. They don't want to pay up when they have to. Oh, Jen. So what the heck happened with the gas? You must have been leaking gas all over the place. Unless you landed on the other side. Oh my God. No. I can't imagine that. Oh, geez. Why didn't they fix that? I would have taken it right back to him and said, "You fix it." Yeah, bridges are not good in the wintertime. Bridges are the first things to freeze. Thank God. Oh my God. And they can't just use water on it. They have to use foam, right? Oh, that's terrible, Heather. They should have fixed it. Oh, that's why I hate going on highways, Jan. People always drive like idiots. I don't trust them. I know I can drive good, but I don't trust the other guys because they're all on their phones. Either that or they're half in the bag, either drunk or stoned or whatever. Yeah, by this time, I mean, if it's a 98, if it's a 99 model, 98, 99, that's pretty old. Oh, crap. Oh, yeah. If you're going to learn to drive in the wintertime. That's not a bad idea. Although it's kind of hairy if you don't know how to drive. Oh, no kidding. I hate it when stupid car companies do that. Just trying to save a buck. Oh, let's make a brand new car and we'll just put the old engine in it. Well, when it comes time to fix it, they're going to say, oh, it's a 99. No, it's a 98. No, it's a 99. Yes, empty parking lots are a very good place to practice. I did a lot of that. I learned to drive. I was a country bumpkin. I was from a little tiny town, like 2,500 people. And my husband lived in Worcester, which is a medium-sized city. Well, he taught me to drive. And he used to bring me to parking lots, big parking lots, and have me drive around the parking lot for practice. No, definitely not, Jan. You don't you can't do the speed limit. That's what a lot of people do though. They'll be going down the highway 60 miles an hour like it's dry roads. And then they wonder why they go off the road. Hello, Chris. Are you? There's a link if you want to come up. They'd order the part and find out we had the wrong. Yeah. Meh. Stupid car companies. Hello, stitching it up. We're finally getting some action, some people showing up, besides just the three of us. I don't remember singing with you, Chris. I really wanted to do a night of singing Christmas carols, but never could get anybody to do it with me. Oh, yeah. Heather has I don't know if you heard of it before, Chris, but Heather's daughter had a traumatic experience in a bus, and so did Jan in her SUV. We were talking car accidents and stuff. Yeah, I'm sure they must have been because we've been saying, where the heck is Chris? Where's Trey? Where's Amy? They're the night owls that are always up, always looking for a live chat to do. Okay, that sounds good to me. Send a notification out to Trey. I don't know how to contact him. I have no idea. Oh, I know. Bridges are terrible. Winter time, people don't realize. They really don't have a clue. They are clueless. Yeah, it seems like everyone's waking up finally. They're usually up all night anyway. Ah, you were taking a break, huh? Well, it's the holidays, and that's usually a time when everybody's busy, busy, busy. So that definitely makes sense. Oh, it was? Oh, well, what the heck were you talking about the other night? You said something about you had a close call. 22 counts. What a stupid thing to do. Who the heck does that? Who thinks it's okay to watch TV while you're driving in the roads and doing 60 miles an hour through a stop sign? Yeah, could see. Mm, don't hold your breath. Okay, Jan, you got it. Is it? I don't think it's foggy here. It's too cold. You're a night owl too? I am a night owl. I am terrible. Oh. Well, now you'll know when I'm going live. I don't think I'm sub to you either. Now that I think about it, because I don't think I've ever seen anything in my notifications pop up from you. I don't know why. Probably saw you in all kinds of chats, but never hit the brain. You might want to sub. I don't know what the temperature is here now. Hello. Are you busy? I was just going to ask you if you could do me a favor. Uh, one, go and check the temperature, and can you nuke my coffee? I mean, my tea. My tea. It's cold. 35? Really? Because the ladies are telling me that where they are, it's foggy. I don't know if it's foggy here. Ah, okay. See you when you get back, Chris. Yes, you are a Smurf. You're a Mama Smurf. There wasn't any Mama Smurfs. Why was there a Papa Smurf and no Mama Smurf? I don't know. They're trying to get rid of families. They're trying to break up families so bad. Boogers. Wow, 57 tomorrow. Nice. What'd you put it in for? 44?
About 45-ish.
Good, thank you. That's my son. He warmed up my tea for me. Much better. Oh yeah. That's when you're gonna get all the black ice on the sides of the roads if there's snow on the ground and it's that warm. It's gonna get black ice. That's not a good thing. I don't like black ice. There she goes. Yeah, we're supposed to be warming up, I think, a little bit because, and at this time of night, usually it's the past couple of weeks, it's been cold at night. Last night it was, I think, low 20s or down in the teens, I think, when I went to bed last night. And it's 35 now. So, yeah, it's definitely warming up a little bit because, but we don't have a lot of snow. This time of
We
night, just got a little dusting, just enough for Christmas, just enough for a white Christmas. It was like, thank you, God. Okay, that's enough. I can wait. That's enough until next Christmas. I'll be fine. No, snow and ice is not a good thing to be driving on. It makes me nervous knowing that my husband will go out and go shopping if, to go pick up milk or whatever. But even he doesn't like to go too far when it's snowing. That is not a good thing. You are? There you are.
Hi,
Come
how
on.
are you?
Oh, why are you so tiny?
So that, oh God, oh, hang on. We can't. I don't want to. I don't want to scare off all your subscribers. Oh
I
goodness.
don't think that's possible.
Oh yeah, right. You don't look. Have you got a dictionary? Do you own a dictionary?
It doesn't have your picture in it.
No, it doesn't. But if you have a dictionary, look under Murphy's Law. It'll say Chris, Texas Raider. Anything that can, will, or might happen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, tell me all about that. We renamed that law many years ago because no matter what, if it's gonna go snafu, we're gonna get it.
Yep, I'm all familiar with snafu and foo bar, and I'll leave it at
Yep.
that.
Mm-hmm.
So do tell
Yep.
me, catch me up on this bus thing.
Oh, that's Heather's story. Go ahead, Heather. Well,
Look,
actually, I can probably explain it faster than she can type it.
that's what I
Her
was thinking.
daughter was in.
If it's all right with Heather, I don't want to overstep my bounds.
Oh, I think so because we've been talking about it ever since. I mean, early in the stream. Her
Oh,
daughter got in a
Rainy Rick
uh,
is here.
hello.
Tina's here.
Yeah, it's Tina. Um, Heather's daughter was in the bus going to school, and some lovely lady, young lady, was driving 60 miles an hour, ran a stop sign because she was on Snapchat while she was driving
Good Lord. Well, let me ask this.
and rolled the bus with 21 kids on it.
And just to confirm, this is the second time, the second bus. Oh, wait, she sent me an email. Let me jump and see if I can.
Oops, what the heck was that? Um, oh, Jan, I don't blame you.
Well, I'll find it because I have yet to find it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Bing, it just got here. God. Yeah, that's a young lady, all right.
I don't know. She said she has a video on her channel, but I can't watch it at the moment because
Well, I'm looking at the link that she sent me, so but is she all right? That's the main thing.
she's a
Her
little
daughter.
skittish about buses.
Well, yeah, I got a feeling that Heather's going to be carpooling here.
It happened in September, and apparently
Oh, that's why I was asking, because I knew about that one.
the young lady apparently was finally charged with 22 counts of everything from misdemeanors to felonies, and she could get up to 3 years in jail.
Oh,
I know, a little slap on the wrist and
I
oh,
say we send her
naughty,
to the
naughty girl.
I say we send her to the coach with the paddle that's got holes drilled in it for 22 times. That's my opinion. My opinion only,
Mm,
not to offend anyone, but that's my opinion. And now you know
yeah,
why, Miss Lori, I got out of that business is because the fact the judicial system.
there's no
Well,
justice.
and I don't want to get on my soapbox, but there was a news article about a woman who lived in Georgia. I don't know if she's married, single, or what, but anyway, this woman worked her keister off, bought a house. She came home from work, went into her house, and guess what? There were squatters.
Squatters.
And
I heard about that.
guess who got arrested? She did.
She did.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I no.
yeah, I know.
That is all sorts of. I mean, like Merry Christmas. You're going to jail. No, no. And then the
Yeah.
judge even commented to her, "Well, these people need a place to live too." I have yet to find out who the judge is.
Yeah, no, tell you what, Mr. Judge, why don't you move out of your house and let the squatters move into yours?
Oh no, no, no! You got to remember the old adage: "What's good for thee is not good for thee."
Yeah,
And don't.
I
And
know.
I better zip it before I get on my soapbox. So,
I
you
know
know,
what you mean.
if that would happen on one of these homesteads or something, it'd be like, honey, you get the backhoe warmed up. I'll get the lime. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I don't know
Um,
what the heck is going on, but I don't know if somebody's trying to hack into my stream or what the heck is going on, but every now and then I get this thing where there's a chat line that goes red dots all the way across and it makes a sound.
are we getting in trouble by what we're speaking of?
I have no idea what the heck it has to do with, but it's kind of freaky and it
Because I don't
makes me
see it on my
nervous.
end, but
It makes me nervous. I don't like it.
I mean, I'm all for everybody being treated like a human being. I'm all for that. But I will add this adage: if they're going to be a human being, then act like one. And by gosh, follow the rules, be American, legally. And I have no problem with anybody coming in this country as long as it's legal.
Yeah.
And okay, we got to change the subject because I'll get on as Heather said, I'll get on a rant.
Me too. I know.
And
I know.
so all right. So I think you said Jan something about Jan almost had an accident or something?
She was telling us about an accident she had, I guess, a few years ago, but I thought
Oh,
she said something the other night about almost getting in an accident not too long ago,
hmm.
sometime this week.
Is it still doing it, Miss Lori?
No, it stopped. I don't know what the heck it was. I don't know if it's something I'm doing. I don't know. Maybe I hit something that kicked it off. I don't know. I'm so new at this stuff that every anytime anything goes wacky, I go, "What
Well,
do I
don't be
do
surprised.
now?"
Well, don't be surprised. I'm warning everybody now. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to be getting my Amazon, uh, or as I call it, my Heavens Fire 18. Uh, oh gosh, I just went blank. My tripod. So I've
Oh,
always said once I get a tripod, then I'm going to try to do a live. But I've got to decide if I'm going to do it on StreamYard, or if I'm going to do it here on Restream. I just need the one that's the most easiest, and because as far as how can I put it, I don't have my grandkids here to program my computer.
I know what you mean. I have to have my son help me. He can come rescue me if I have something going on. I'll ask him to help me figure out what the heck I'm doing wrong or what I need to do. And yeah,
Well, see,
like the stupid mic thing.
I've got gift cards for Southwest Airlines. So either I'm going to try to talk Heather, or get your son to, whichever airport takes Southwest Airlines that's closest to him, and see if I can get him to fly down here and go, okay, here's how you do it. Because I'm one of these types that I'm a hands-on person, versus if you go and go, oh, you do this, do this, do this, do this, and there you go. I but what did you just do?
Yeah,
You
slow
know,
down so I can see what the heck you're doing. Then I might learn something.
you know. Well, see, now I know
Yeah.
if I use StreamYard, I need to get a hold of Miss Jan or Miss Heather.
Somebody that's familiar with, I don't know anything about StreamYard at all. I've been
Well,
because I heard that StreamYard wasn't going to have a free version anymore. And when I went looking on the StreamYard website, it seemed like I couldn't find any free
yeah,
StreamYard. It was all,
a paid thing.
pay thing. Yeah.
Well, the one I
And it was
downloaded, it said for
expensive.
$1, and I
Yeah,
didn't do
that's
it.
probably a limited time only, though.
And
You know,
As far as the T with the Ray or Trey, he's off for the next 7 days, so I'm sure he's
oh,
sleeping. Because well, see, I called him last night because of the tornadoes that were near or that were
oh
south
yeah.
of him. Because I can monitor the weather wherever. I can get radar, I can get the temperatures, I can get all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, it's like, if I knew what city you were close to, I could pull it up and tell you what all your temperature and da 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 and all that. But anyway, so I was sitting there watching, and tomorrow in Louisiana it's supposed to be stormy, so I'll be probably having a long day tomorrow, keeping an eye on that and texting him.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. I was watching Ryan Hall
Yeah.
yesterday. Yesterday? Was it yesterday the tornadoes?
Yes,
Day
ma'am.
before.
Well,
Yesterday.
see,
Okay.
I'll follow Max Velocity because
I've seen him too.
he does, so he'll zoom in and he'll talk, and then if you're stepped away from your phone or computer, it'll actually make a sound, like if there's a new severe thunderstorm or any kind of warning, it'll make a sound, and you're like, oh, okay, I'll run back in here and see what it is.
Yeah.
So
I need to catch up on chat.
it's because I got on a rant. Miss Jan says it's super easy and they still have a free version. I use it every week on her live.
Now, see,
And see, I love Miss Jan's recipes because I'll be sitting there copying them down. Especially like the ones I really like her, the meatloaf. I was like, oh, meatloaf. Yeah. I'm
yeah,
like,
I
yeah,
know. I
if
watched
a
that too.
person, it's true. A way to a man's heart is through his stomach. And if somebody can cook meatloaf, I'm all in.
Oh, you know what? I figured it out.
What is it?
My keyboard slips underneath. I have a table that I have my big monitor sitting on,
Okay.
and now I brought my keyboard over here because the camera is on the laptop, and the laptop is over here,
Hmm.
and the keyboard just doesn't quite go underneath,
Okay. So you were hitting
and it
buttons.
bumps the key, and I was hitting the key. That was putting a yeah.
So
That was me.
you were trying to jump in on yourself, huh?
I was trying to hack myself. That's not a good thing.
All right, so we're gonna start calling you the hacker lady.
Oh, don't say that. I don't need to get known as a hacker. Oh my God.
I'm just
Uh,
kidding.
I know. Okay.
All right, so we can all breathe now.
Yes.
Well, kudos to you
It's,
for figuring it out.
I know. It's like, it just dawned on me because I rested my hand on the edge, the corner of that table, and it's one of those fold out tables, and it's kind of flexible. And when I was hitting the corner and resting my hand on it, leaning on it, it was pushing the button down on the plus sign, and it was going all the way across the chat thing. And I'm going, what the heck? And it's got, the if if you repeat a key, if you hold a key down,
Right.
it's got that stupid key stuck thing that goes off. And that must have been what I was hearing. Okay, problem solved.
Good night, Alyssa.
Good night, Alyssa. Thank you for coming in. I have to remember.
Now from here on out, I'm going to ask you, where's your keyboard at?
I really need to rearrange my whole area over here because it's not the keyboard and the laptop are sitting on a little tiny cabinet that's in front of me that has like a step in it. It's actually a nightstand, but I use it as a cabinet next to my computer. Usually I'm sitting over in front of the other monitor, and I use the big monitor. But if I'm over there, I look like I'm looking at God knows what, and I'm not in line for the camera. And it's just complicated.
Well, where my laptop sits, it's sitting on one of my quote unquote hobby tables. And and then I've got speakers off to the side that are connected, and then I've got a wireless mouse, and then I've got two printers over here. So it's like What, I'm trying to figure. And then I said, okay, self, you need to be able to build all these models, and you're going to need a bigger space. Okay, let me get another table. So I bought a table and I put it over there. Well, now that table has become the hobby table plus the ham radio, all equipment. And I'm like, hoy vey.
Now you're gonna need another table.
This room is not big enough for it. This is like a little office room type thing. I mean, and then as you've seen in the past, behind me and all over,
Yeah,
there's models everywhere. I mean,
model airplane.
the whole thing is that when I retire, I was said I'm gonna, I've got in one of the 3 bedrooms, there's my train, all my model training, and that takes up the whole room. This room is the model planes and the computer and the ham stuff. The third bedroom is the master bedroom, but and then the living room, and then there's what I call the great hall. It's like a huge long hallway, but it's big, and I call it the great room. And that's where the dining table and all that is. But I don't really sit at the dining table because just it's when you're sitting at a dining table by yourself, and then you've got a dog that's like looking up at you, going, what, I see you're eating. What do you got?
Yeah. Are you sharing?
Oh yeah, yeah. If I don't share, I get the look.
Yes.
I get that
you
look.
know, I'm sitting here waiting for mine.
But
I remember those days.
I wouldn't trade her for the world. I mean, she's as I call her, the queen of the house, because she rules. And then if and whenever I meet somebody else, if I ever do, or the Lord blesses me, then okay, things will change. But my dog is 15, and she's a rescue, so I want to spoil her as much as I can, and take her for truck rides, and if she's out there barking at the stray cats that are over at the neighbors, I let her bark, let her do her thing, let her enjoy life, because she's only here for a short time.
Yeah. 15, that's pretty old for a dog.
Yeah, and I don't look forward to that day, because right, just how can I put it? It will affect me. It took me 3 years to get to her after my other dog. It took me 3 years to get another dog after my other one passed away.
Yeah. You
Because
get so attached. They're
well,
like family.
yeah, I mean, to me they are. And I've always had a rule: 3 things. Get my fingers up here. 3 things: you don't mess with family, you don't mess with my dog, and you don't mess with my truck. Mess with me all you want, because if you do, you'll get the bear.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
you don't want to mess with any of them 3 things, because, and I'm not saying how can I put it? I'm not a let's go out and fight person. I would rather go, look, you made a big mistake. Let's have a come to Jesus meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's like, if somebody was messing with one of my friends, I would be like, who, what, when, where, and where do I need to go? So
Yeah.
but
If you mess with the family or the pet or whatever, you're gonna get the bear anyway.
well, I mean, I was raised that, family is family, and blood is thicker than water. But it's like, if for those who are married or whatever, you defend the honor of your family or your spouse and your children.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just one. I mean, it's like with Mickey and Bill on Celebrating Farm Life. They've got all these dogs, and they've got one named Shep. And I mean, I love Shep, and because the fact that he's such a, I mean, she did a video to earlier today, and he was just like laying down, like, "Oh, pet me," and I'm just like, "Oh." And that's the reason why with Trey and Bunny, how Bunny comes up, nudges or whatever. You know, it's like if I ever would see her in real life, I'd be like, "Come on, let's cuddle." You know, I'd sit there and pet her all day, you know, type thing, because the fact that that's just how I am, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like with Heather, I am just amazed how she can come up to Duchess the bunny rabbit, or to Boots, Tilly. Oh, I always forget the third one. She'll probably tell me real
Boots,
quick.
Tilly.
There's,
Uh,
there's Boots, Tilly. Doesn't it start with an M? No. What is it, Heather? What's the third one?
ah, I can't think of it.
Well, she comes up to her cats and just sits there, you know, and it's like, and I agree 100% with this, and that is, animals know who they can trust, and there
Oh
are
yeah.
people that can just walk up to an animal and, you know, don't go there, don't go to that. He'll bite you, scratch you, kick you, or whatever, and they walk up to that animal, Mocha. I was right. Started with an,
Mocha, yes.
but but she just comes up to them, and they're just like, oh yeah, I love it. And she's one of them type of people, which says a
Yeah,
lot about her character,
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Good night, Miss Jan.
Good night, Jan. Thank you
Give me a
so
big
much for
hug.
stopping in. Love you. Say hi to Kevin.
The balls. But I keep telling Trey that I'm going to come down there, surprise him one day. But then I Googled it, his address, and I'm like, oh, I'm flying. That's a long drive.
Yeah.
And in the pickup truck, that'd be a lot of gas.
Oh yeah. You don't get 20 miles an hour, 20 miles a gallon to drive a
Oh,
pickup
no.
truck.
Well, my truck has got a Hemi in it. So it's one of those that
Oh,
it likes gas.
yeah. Gimme, gimme.
Because
Mm-hmm.
when I moved from Texas to here, which is 4 hours away, uh, I almost made it on a one tank. I had to fill. At half a tank. I automatically fill up. Plus, I needed to get out and stretch legs and walk Faith. So let
Yeah.
her get out.
You must have a big gas tank.
20 or 22 gallons. I get about, if I'm on a good day, if I'm lucky with a tailwind, I can get 14 miles to a gallon. Normally, it's 10 or 11.
Yeah. Well, especially if you're in a city or something like that, it's always stop and go, always burns more gas. I wanted to name her Morgan. Soraya won that one. She's Mocha. Oh well.
Well, did Soraya ever say really what she wanted before I send out a care package, Heather? Or either that, or you can email me with some ideas if you got any. So, Miss Tina, I don't know what I'm having withdrawals about your announcement that you made. I don't know what I'm going to do
What
because
announcement? Did I
well,
miss something?
well, no, her announcement that she made on her channel the other day. She mentioned that the homestead hangout. She'll be in chats and all that, but and I understand it's a good thing that what she's going to be doing. She's wanting to be more with the word of God and be more involved in that, and she doesn't have time to do the homestead hangout type thing.
Oh, that's Ginger.
Oh, was it Ginger?
That was Ginger, yeah. They're
Okay,
not gonna be doing Thursday night anymore.
okay.
The Homestead Hangout, yeah.
My apologies. Beg for forgiveness. See, I told you Murphy's Law right there. It's all right. That's
I
what.
sometimes I get people's names a little wacky too, because it's hard to keep track because everybody's got a pseudonym, so it's hard to relate to their real names, and I don't always
Yes, that's
know.
right. Tina's the one that wants to put my pink handcuffs on me that I've got. Yes, I have pink handcuffs because I did not discriminate.
Uh, Tina is Tina is a I think she's a prison guard or something. She works. I, is that what it is, Tina? Prison guard?
I thought you work for a sheriff's office. Yeah, what an
I
announcement.
know I'm forgetful, but what?
I know. I can see it now. The next time she goes live, she's going to be like, all right, Texas Raider. She's got the pink ones too.
Yeah. So you were deputy sheriff. Okay.
Okay, well, at least
Well, that's different.
I'm a half a point ahead. I got that one
Well,
right.
I know, Avid is a security guard at a prison. But I thought there was somebody else that was too, but I can't think of who it is. I thought it was Tina.
Oh man. Am I the only male in this chat tonight? I think I am.
I, yeah, you are.
Boy.
That's what I was hoping a bunch of guys would show up, but you know,
Yeah, but you're married.
yeah, I know. And I'm old.
Oh Lord, you come with wisdom.
I try. I've been around for a while.
Yeah, but can you imagine sitting down with you and having a cup of coffee or for you tea? Can you imagine the information that you've seen, the things that have happened to this world, to the country, to the people,
Yeah.
and to think of it's like how I mentioned earlier about Jan and her recipes. I mean, it's like if us younger people, which I'm not younger, I'm not as young as 21 like Heather is. Uh, anyway, I can pick on her because I can. Because if I was any closer, she'd probably go on the back of the head. But anyhow, I'm joking. But just think of all the wisdom and how in cooking and skills and things that that all these kids know nowadays is hey, here's the phone. Okay, you can do this, and blah blah blah, and and all that. And
Yeah.
it's like we're a good example. Remember the rotary telephones.
Oh heck yeah.
Okay.
I was
And
party line.
in the analog, like your wall clock, all the
Yep.
clocks.
I
They had
still have a couple of clocks.
in the school that I worked at, they had to take down all of the analog clocks and replace them with digital clocks because the students couldn't read them.
Oh, the poor things. Maybe they should have learned. I know. They don't teach kids the things they should be teaching them. They teach them all this woke crap.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm biting my tongue, but I
Yeah.
agree. I agree. And
I
I'm not 21. Yes, you are. Hey, I know a judge, Heather. I can make that happen.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, I I lived through the late 50s, 60s, 70s, you name it.
Peace, love, and happiness. I was born in that era. I
Yep.
jokingly tell everybody I was born at Woodstock.
Woodstock is not too far away from us. And when
Oh,
I
so was
was
that you that I saw on the films?
when I was when I heard about it, it was after the fact. Because if I had heard about it before the fact, I probably would have wanted to go. But I'm glad I didn't. Because after I heard what was going on there, no,
Everything was
thank
going on.
you.
Everything
Oh,
was
yeah.
going on.
Yeah, let it all hang out.
If
That
yeah,
was the that was the word of the day back then.
yep, that and peace, love, and happiness.
Love and happiness. Oh, I
Here's
remember the hippies. Oh God, I worked with a
here's
couple
the
of them at
flower
a.
for you.
Yeah,
But whatever happened to the 50s where men would open up car doors, open up doors for women. Women
and
were
women appreciated it.
well and respected and all that. How
Yes,
did we go from that to anything goes?
yeah, it's all part of the plan.
What scares me is what are, and I have grandchildren, and it scares the dickens out of me to think what we're going to leave their children,
Yeah,
because they're already in this, already going through all this stuff,
yeah.
that is right now current. But let's say that the oldest granddaughter, has a child, and what is that child going to grow up into?
Yeah.
And it
It's
scares
so
the
and
it
yeah,
scares me.
everything it's I can see it going downhill so fast. And the older I get, the faster it dives. It's it's horrible. It scares the heck out of me.
Well, okay, because I'm a veteran, I'm very patriotic. I mean, I fly a flag in my front yard every day. If you want to burn the American flag, go back to where you're from.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
know, if you thought, I mean, it's like I have seen death and destruction in other countries and here in the US. But if I, for an example, if I lived in Paris, France, which I would not do it, but anyway,
No. No,
if
thank
I
you.
lived in Paris, France, and I have visited Paris, France, they don't like Americans trying to go, parlez-vous français, unless you speak it fluently. You even try to
I don't
butcher
want to talk.
French or something like that. Oh, they get mad. Well, what?
Yeah.
Okay, but then there are people that come in the U.S. and won't learn English
Yep.
or anything else, won't follow the rules, and
And
think,
we have to print everything in their language so they can so they can read it in their own language. It's like, why?
you know, I mean, that's why I won't go there.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, cooking.
Cooking.
Did you see my community page? My
Well,
community page. I posted pictures of my Christmas roast beef.
roast beef.
Yes. It's
Well, I
pretty.
will. I will. Once getting off here, and let's see. Heaven's Fire says subtract that, Chris. Oh, so you're not 21. You're 11. Okay.
No. She said double it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Must have been a spot on my glasses here.
Called customer service. I can't understand half of them. Yeah, no kidding.
Well, that or
It's
press 1 for English.
yeah, and you still can't get anybody to talk English because their accents are so thick that you can't understand what they're saying, even if they're supposed to be talking English. It's like if you're gonna be doing a job where you're claiming that you're talking English, you might want to learn how to speak it first.
Well, that's like when I was at school in the military and I was at Governor's Island in New York. I always got a hoot on riding the subway because I lived in Texas. There was a street called Houston Street, but the car conductor or subway driver would announce it all out for Houston Street. And I beat on his door and I said, "That's Houston Street, boy."
Seriously.
But
House.
everybody pronounces the English language is probably one of the worst. It's like I can say, well, instead of the, and it's like everybody's got a slang of
Yes.
whatever language.
Yeah. And everywhere you go in the country, everybody has an accent. So even if they're speaking English and they're Americans, they don't always sound alike either.
Well, one particular language of people I could never understand because they spoke so fast. And no offense to anybody, I'm not trying to pick on. I just had a problem trying. I'd say, "Can you slow down?" And that's when Italians would get on there, and boy, they would just, and you're like, "Whoa, what did you just say? I'm sorry, slow down," and all that.
French are just as bad, trust me. I know because I'm French. And some of them get going and they're it's like, okay.
Well, Heather,
That's a
you got to
little too
remember, I got a third grade education. I
bad.
went to
Third
school.
grade?
I got a third grade education. My math's all incorrect. It's the teacher's fault.
Yeah. Oh man. They
I could
really
just,
don't teach kids
I would
anything
love to
anymore.
see Heather's face right now. She's probably like, "Ah, what is he doing?" I'm playing, Heather.
I can't be 11 if Soraya's 13. Your math ain't mathing.
Well, math wasn't my strong suit. I have to admit that.
Yeah, mine either, even though I was a bookkeeper.
Well,
I hated math.
I still have yet to ever have the need to use trigonometry.
I never took trigonometry because I quit school in my 9th grade because I had issues going on at the time.
Well,
My
I
dad was
went
in bad
to
shape.
I did something similar. I went to the 10th grade, and then from the 10th grade, I went into the military.
Yeah, well, I was in the 9th grade and I quit school because we had moved to a different town and I didn't like the school there. And I ended up quitting. And then I moved back to my old town and went back to at the time, my boyfriend, which is my husband now, told me that I needed to graduate high school. So he volunteered to bring me to school and get me back in school.
Hmm.
So I went back to school in the 9th grade, started over again because I failed the 9th grade in the other school because I shut down and wasn't even interested. And I went back to the other school and I made it all the way through until I think it was like May. And I had like a month and a half to go before the end of the year. And I was doing fine. I was passing all my classes and everything. And then I got it into my head that I don't need to go to school because if we're going to get married, I don't need to graduate high school. So I quit again. My English teacher cried when
Oh
I
no.
told her. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Cause she said, you can't do this. You can't do this. You need to go to school. And I'm going, yeah, no. Plus my dad was in bad shape. My dad at that point had gotten very bad and he was it, it was not a good time. I had a lot of stuff going on and I just couldn't handle it. And I
Understand.
said, no, I don't need that kind of pressure. So I ended up quitting. Anyway,
Well, see, I did because I sat down with myself when I was 13, and my parents were divorced. I was living with my mother, and I was like, okay, let's look into the future, Chris. And I didn't see a good future, and I said I need to do something to make better myself. And so I lived close to an Air Force base. I should have joined the U.S. Air Force because I knew more about the Air Force because I used to go onto that base and all that jazz and hang out there and and all that. But then I saw a poster of the U.S. Coast Guard search and rescue, and you know how recruiters are. You want to go to Hawaii? Sure. Whatever. You want to be stationed in Texas? No problem. Anyway, so I took the bait and I joined the Coast Guard. And so I did that and all. And from there, it was like I got out of the Coast Guard because in my learning, in my thinking, well, the Coast Guard was supposed to be protecting the coast, doing rescues, and at the same time involved in uh, enforcing narcotics, boarding
yep.
ships and all that. Well, we finally boarded one ship and had 39 tons of marijuana on the West Coast.
Oh my God.
So, and mind you, I'm 17 then.
Hmm.
And so
Wow.
I finally said, okay, we're finally doing what we're supposed to be doing instead of towing buoys all around the world and everything. But anyhow, so and then I finally got certified and to do the small boats, and we went to a small boat station to where we'd go out and search, we'd go out and rescue. So it was great. But the problem is that while I was on my first ship, all the, I 17, okay, I'm very adolescent, and I see girlfriends and wives and all this of shipmates coming up. Here, have some brownies, have some brownies. I'm sitting there going like, that's really great. The support they give and to, think of their spouse or the boyfriend to bring them brownies. This is off the Oregon coast. I saw more drugs in the military on ship than I did that we were enforcing.
Laced brownies.
And the problem is that with my parents, who owned a nightclub in Fort Worth, Texas, I grew up around alcohol. I grew up around marijuana. I grew up around what I call the Christmas tree bag, because there was a bag in the third drawer of my dad's dresser that had all colors of pills and
Oh God.
and a bag of marijuana, alcohol, no problem. Fifth of Jose Cavero tequila under my mother's 77 Ford Thunderbird under the driver's seat.
Wow.
So, I mean, I had to. So I'm sitting there thinking I'm going to wind up getting arrested for DWI or driving while intoxicated or DUI for some states, or I'm going to get in trouble for being drug possession or being a dealer, or what is my future going to be? So I joined the military. Then I come to find out that there's that in the military more so than there was, at least I knew who, what, when, and where. But can you imagine being asleep on your ship and some guy up there or some crewman up on top that are either stoned or on some kind of black beauties or taking narcotics? I'll just put it that way. It's like
Yeah.
I was just like, this isn't for me, you know. And no, I'm not perfect, and I am not. How can I say it? Well, I'm not perfect, but I have my faults. I mean, yes, I have. That's my crutch. That's my bad habit. That's how come you see me going like this all the time.
I know. I know.
But it's like I just, I'm one that follows the rules. Do I speed? Yes, ma'am. I drive 5 miles over the posted speed limit. Unless I have to go to the
Yep.
bathroom, then it might be a different story, and I'll
There
leave it
must
with that.
be a little more than 5.
But it's just I try to be in other people's shoes and walk in their shoes before I place judgment. I've always believed that.
Yeah.
Because they're going to show you who they really are. If you just watch them long enough or be around them long enough. But I have to admit that the community that I'm subscribed to, or I come onto live streams and all that, I feel that I'm with a good bunch of people.
Yeah. Yeah. I was so happy to find this group. I was looking for somebody somewhere. I started out on YouTube, um, just looking for different things, like cooking videos
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And then I started um watching religious videos because, and then, well, then the big C started shutting everything down, and there was no place to go, and you couldn't socialize. So I was looking for somebody to chat with, and then I found that people could live stream, and but then I found out that I could watch them, but I couldn't chat in the chat bar. They kept telling me, "Oh, you have to have a channel to do that. You have to be a member of YouTube to be able to chat in the chats." Um, so I decided to sign up. I didn't want to sign up because I'm real particular about keeping privacy. I'm not I'm not one to be out there in public and
Says the
um
person that was hacking themselves. Oh, hey, I love you, and I'm just picking.
I know.
But
But yeah, that's when I started watching certain people, and then I'd watch this guy and I'd see this other person that I liked, and I went to see what their channel was all about, and watching their videos, and I started thinking, yeah, maybe I'll sign up just so I can chat because I love the way these people interact with each other because they're good people.
well,
And
they are. They're amazing. They're supportive. They
yeah,
have a lot of similar beliefs. Now, granted, everybody has their own opinions. Some may
yes,
be different. Okay, that's fine. But uh, you can.
they're basic good people.
Yeah, they are, and they're always willing to lend a hand.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know. And
yeah.
yes,
And
Heather,
that's
I saw that video from Miss Karma, and you have my air hug and my support, and I'll always be available if I can ever help. And I'm not trying to say or do anything wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying you've got support from me, and to anybody else who hasn't said anything, but uh, yeah.
yeah. I know the feeling, Heather. I grew up the same way. I had a lot of things going on, and I was always the shy kid.
And look
In
at you
fact,
now.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, and look at you now. Look at you now.
Well, see, the thing is, when I was little, I was so shy. I would hide behind my mother or my father when I went out anywhere in public. I was always hiding. I didn't want. I was afraid to talk to people. Um, well, for one thing, my dad was really sick, and it had a huge effect on me. My sister was mentally retarded. She was born with a brain damage due to um, trauma when my mother was delivering her. My brother had emotional problems. Both of them ended up in special schools.
Yes, ma'am. I'm all
They
too
didn't
familiar.
live at home when I was little. So I was like an only child, but I had a brother and a sister, but I couldn't go and see them whenever I wanted to. And they lived quite a ways away. We didn't have a car because we were dirt poor. And I was just very, very shy. And I guess somebody along the way told my mother that maybe maybe she should get me involved in some kind of uh,
Activity.
activity, right? So between my aunt and my mom, they they knew, for one thing, back then I loved watching old movies. And one of the movies that one of the people I always used to love to watch, well, several people, I always liked to watch dancers. Shirley Temple, Gene Kelly, Fred Astaire, all of those guys. I used to watch them dance all the time, and I loved to dance. And I said, I wish I could do that. Well, they put me in dance school,
Okay.
and I took dance lessons for 7 years, 8 years.
You were a rockette, right?
I wanted to be a rockette.
Oh.
I was too short by a half inch.
Heels, heels.
No, you had to be 5'4", barefooted. I was
Oh.
5'3.5". But by that time, I had a messed up back. I was in a car accident and I ended up getting my back messed up. And that totally blew away my dancing career because I really wanted to teach. I couldn't do that either. But what it did is it got me up on stage. I was in a group with 5 or 6 other kids. And every year we had a recital and we'd get up on a stage. And I liked it. And that brought me out of my shell a little bit. And it helped me at least deal with people and not be quite so shy. So it really did help. And now that I got YouTube, it's like I'm a kid in a candy store.
Well, I can relate.
I used to want to be an actress.
Hey, there.
Never had the opportunity.
And to dance with Gene Kelly.
I would have loved to dance with Gene Kelly. He was awesome.
Oh, yes. You named a lot of greats. You
Singing
did.
in the Rain, my favorite movie. My favorite Gene Kelly movie.
Well, I was always a fan of Jimmy Stewart.
Oh, yeah.
I always loved Jimmy Stewart.
Yes.
It was always amazed me how he could talk just like anybody else. But then when you met him in person, it was like he had his stutter, you know. But
well, when you're acting, you have a set script, and it's like a rhythm, and you're reciting the same thing with what's his name? Field of Dreams, black guy.
Oh,
James Earl Jones.
gosh. Yeah, Darth Vader, voice of.
Yes. He had a terrible stutter.
Really?
And you'd never know it because, he could barely talk and then he got into acting. He went into acting because when he was acting, he was reciting a set, speech, and he could do it without stuttering. It was like therapy for him when he started acting. And then he got so popular because he was so good at it and he had such a voice.
Huh.
It's unbelievable what acting can help people with speech impediments, you name it. Even people with Tourette's syndrome, if they're acting, they can speak fine.
Well, another person, one of my other favorite people, besides him, was I love Morgan Freeman.
Oh yeah,
I love listening to Morgan Freeman because he has just his voice is so smooth,
smooth.
relaxing, and it can motivate you. I mean, he's
Yeah,
great, and I
yeah.
love a lot of his movies. And you know, I mean, and of course, my all-time favorite actor, of course, is the man himself, the Duke.
The
I'm a John,
Duke. I knew you were gonna say that.
I'm a huge John Wayne fan, so
My
but
dad was.
I can relate on the mental retardation because I have a sister who's 4 years older than I, and we grew up. And if you look at my mother's family photo album, you see her and I are riding a tricycle, and we're just brother and sister. We're hooked, you know. We're stuck like glue. And then all of a sudden, the pictures go. Well, here's pictures of her, but yet I'm not in the picture. But then there's pictures of me over here.
Yeah.
And so and I was told that at a young age she had a very high fever, but by the time they got her to a hospital, it was too late, and
I did.
I was told her brain had basically fried.
Yeah. Brain damage.
And now that mom and dad have passed away, all of our aunts and uncles have passed away. I'm pretty much the only surviving member besides her of our family. So I get the late night phone calls. You know, keep asking me about getting guardianship. And I said, well, I've checked into me becoming her guardian and all this. I said, it's very expensive and I have to hire an attorney and everything else. And the attorneys aren't cheap, blah, blah, blah. I said, I would love to be able to do that because it's my sister.
Yeah.
And, you know, excuse me, pardon me. Uh, that's family. You know, I send cards and all this. I stay up where she's at, how she's doing, and I if I I call to check on if I haven't heard anything from her, I call and check on her. You know, because the fact that I feel that it's on my shoulders, and she would do the same for me if the role was reversed.
Yeah. Yeah. My sister died in 2016, and she was 4 years older than me. She was the oldest. My brother was second. He was 2 years older than me, and I'm the baby. And I ended up taking care of both of them when they were both sick. My brother died in 2015 of, they kept telling him it was asthma and COPD. He actually had um asper
Aspiration.
aspergillosis,
Oh, okay.
which is a mold that grows in it's in it's everywhere, and it's people that work in the dirt,
Yeah.
um farmers, and
Mine workers.
anybody, and
Sure.
yeah, and they're more susceptible to it, and it really hasn't got a lot of effect here in the States. It's mostly over in India and in the Middle East and out that way. But there are some cases of it here in the States. And they kept telling him, it's just asthma. It's late, what do they call it? Yeah, late life asthma that he had contracted, and that he had COPD from smoking because he smoked cigarettes. And he worked in, I don't know if you know anything about grinding wheels. I'm sure you probably
Yes,
do.
ma'am.
He worked in a grinding wheel factory.
There's a lot of dust.
In, yeah, and he worked in the mixing room.
Oh,
And at that time, they didn't have masks. They didn't wear masks. So that did a number on his lungs. So he's always had lung problems his whole life. And when he developed the aspergillosis, the doctors didn't know what it was.
Hmm.
And it took a young doctor that on a whim decided to test him for it and said, this sounds like this disease that I heard about. I'm going to test him. And he tested him, and sure enough, that's what it was. His lungs were full of holes because the aspergillus mold eats away at the lungs
oh, wow.
and makes jugunda holes in the lungs. And that's why he couldn't breathe. And they kept telling him, oh, it's COPD. They had him on oxygen and everything else. And, they kept saying there was nothing they could do for him. And they were treating him like that for like 10 years of, saying that it was asthma and COPD. It was, if there was any kind of COPD or asthma involved, it was minor compared to the aspergillosis, because that's what ended up killing him.
Did you see Heather's comment?
No, I haven't been looking at the. Oh my God. Yeah.
We look at people nowadays, or we look at situations, and we all have good days, we all have bad days.
Yep.
And the thing I lean on is that, first of all, the good Lord. And,
Amen.
I realize, granted, I'm in a little small podunk town. I don't see it, as much as I used to if I went to Dallas or if I went to Fort Worth, but I try to remember that how blessed I am. I mean, I've got a computer, I've got a cell phone, I've got a roof over my head, I've got food, I've got electricity. You know how many people in this world that either don't have all of those or have at least one, or even, or let me, even water, it's like,
They're lucky to have a roof over their head.
yeah. And so now, granted, some people, like you pull up to a stoplight in these big cities, and there's, I'm sorry, I forgot about this, Miss Lori, that are holding signs up, and we'll work for food, or homeless vet, and all this stuff. And you get into talking with these people, and you offer them, hey, what do you need? Do you need some water? Well, here's you a bottle of water. Oh no, I'd rather have money. Money?
Yeah, for drugs
Why do you
or
want money
booze.
if you're willing to work? I'll buy you a meal. Oh no, I'd rather have. Can you just give me cash? I'll go get it. And there are those people. Everybody, everybody's got something, but I feel that there always. My goal is that there's always somebody that's got it worse than me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I try to remember that. Every night, or every night here lately, it's every early morning. When I finally decide I'm going to go to sleep, I always say prayers, and everything, and I'll tell the good Lord, thank you for all the blessings,
Yeah.
because without Him, I wouldn't have any of this. I wouldn't be able to breathe. I wouldn't, every breath, and all this. So that's why I try to remember that. And all right, Heather, what is your reason? I want to know, to branch out and see the world.
Everyone's here for a reason.
Yeah.
God doesn't make us for no reason.
Well, if I ever have to learn how to drive on snow or something, I'm going up there to where Heather is and getting a seat and say, "Okay, teach me how to do this." Because after watching her drive, it's like, I'm like, okay. But that's what I've got to do Tuesdays. I've got to go to Home Depot, or not Home Depot. I've got to go to Lowe's and get sandbags, because supposedly here in this area and all that, we're supposed to get a huge storm system that could bring snow. And me having a pickup truck, as we talked the other day or whatever, and I've got to get some sand in the back of my truck to give me some weight, so that I
Yeah,
don't fail.
or some cinder blocks. If you have some cinder blocks hanging around your house somewhere.
Well, the problem with that is, Miss Lori, is that I have a Dodge Ram 1500 pickup, and Dodge is, they put in the bed of the truck, they put a bed liner in it, and the bed liner is that dad burn plastic, and
Yeah.
so everything on it slides,
Slides.
and it's
Yeah,
like,
that would not be a good thing.
so if I buy 6 or whatever bags of sand in the bags, they stay where they're at, whereas a cinder block would slide all over the place, and
Yeah.
all.
And
So
you don't need a cinder block going through your back window when you hit the brake.
well, I drive so much, I mean, I leave the house maybe once a week if I'm lucky, and that's because that's on Sunday, because the fact on Sundays is my dog Face day, because I take her everywhere I go if I can. Oh Lord, she's got butt warmers. I don't, but anyhow, I take my dog for a ride, and she used to be able to, jump up from the ground up to the seat and get in, and she's, energetic. Her age is showing and slowing down. I'll either have to help her, whatever. I got her a ramp, but I've never taught her to walk up a ramp, and she'll start going up it and jumps off. So, I bought a
Uh,
ramp, but so if anybody needs a dog ramp, let me know. I got one.
yeah, she probably gets scared when she gets up too high and starts looking down and says, "No, I don't want to be up here. I want to get down on the ground."
Oh, she cracks me up at times. I mean, um, and having a senior dog, you know, it's like handling a person that has to have care, or an adult that has to have care, you know. But uh, I don't give her the dog treats that you know, like I used to, that are actually made for dogs. Now it's more like, you know, I buy Walmart people have got a, why is this guy buying 15 packages of hot dogs? Well, I give my dog hot dogs. You know,
She likes hot dogs.
you know, and all that. So um it's one of those that do I spoil my dog? Yes, I do. And
She's
proud of,
earned it.
you know, if I go to, if I splurge, you know, once a month I splurge, and we go to Sonic, and they're always like, "Do you want a pup cup?" And I'm like, so I got one time, and he tried to get her to eat, you know, to go for it, but she didn't. I'm not doing that. So, but if I go to the bank, they'll give her a, you know, like one of those little milk bone dog treats or something like that, and so, but which I appreciate, because you know, there's not many places that go out of the extra, they're out of the extra mile to, you know, not only conduct the business at hand, but also to appreciate, you know, your dog.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just curious if Heather takes if she takes her cats with her on car rides. I could just see, like, she's got those little, I call them hammocks, that she's got on attached on her window. When you'll see her cats sitting on them. I wonder if she's got those hammocks in her car and where the cats ride.
My cats hated the car. Oh my God. We had, and back then we didn't have cat carriers, you know. You'd have to put them in a box so that they couldn't see out. Otherwise, I mean, they hated going in the car. When we when we first moved out here, they were not even a year old. They were like 7 or 8 months old. And the two of them, we had a Duster,
Oh wow!
1970 Duster, and they were both up under the back window
Yep.
as far as they could get into that crack between the window and the back dash, and they were just all huddled up together, and it was like, oh my God, I don't want to be here.
And then
Yeah,
when you try to get them out,
it
their
was
claws
weird.
are dug into the carpet.
They would, yeah, except that it wasn't carpeted. It was like a, I don't know, like a vinyl
Ah,
thing across the back.
I can see it
And
when you sold the car. There's scratch marks all.
yeah, they were just petrified. They'd look out the window and they'd get scared. They look around. Oh my God. And then they'd jump down and go down on the floor and hide under the seat. If you As soon as you open the door, boom, they were gone. It was like, oh crap. And they weren't used to being outside, so we had to hurry up and get them and coax them in with food to get them to come into the house. And then they were petrified because it was all new.
Well, the two things that my dog, if I say the word VET,
Oh God, don't.
or if I say that, oh hey Faith, it's time for your BATH.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. That
it's
that wasn't
amazing
good either.
how much she'll sprawl out. You know, like, I'm not going in there. Nope.
Mm-mm.
And then
Nope.
afterwards, she's got the zoomies because she's, you know, running around and all that.
And
So
faking everywhere.
So it just cracks me up. But so you drive an hour and a half to Duluth. You had to get
Four
them to
and
get
a
them
half
fixed.
hours.
Oh, she had 4.5 hours to get them, and an hour and a half to Duluth to get fixed.
Oh,
And that's the only time they've been in a car.
oh, oh yeah.
But
Yep.
yeah,
My cat.
I think she called it the window shells. I called it hammocks because it reminded me of a hammock type thing. But yeah, they'll sit there and it's crazy to watch them, and they're just chilling, and to see boots and all hanging up there, and they're just like, "Hey, what's going on?"
Yeah, looking out the window. I know my cats used to love to, they had to be up in the windows.
That was booked for months.
Uh, that's a long way to go.
Well, she says that the vet was booked for months out, so she,
Yeah.
yeah, that was one thing when I got Faith from the animal shelter. She was still a little ball of fur, which anyhow, I had to wait until she got old enough for me to be able to get her fixed, and
Yeah.
so
Yeah, because they usually won't do it until they're like 6 months or something, 7 months.
let's see. I only have 22,000 photos on my phone.
They have nose prints all over my window. Yep.
Let's see. When you're looking for a needle in a haystack, it's always the last.
Last place to look? Well, it'd be silly if you kept looking after you found it.
Well, here's a picture of the dog that was before Faith. If it'll turn, there you go.
Oh, Dalmatian.
That was
Is
mine.
he a
That was
Dalmatian?
Yes, ma'am. She was registered. That's the only dog. Well, it's the only dog I've ever had that had papers. Which, to me, papers don't make a dog. But
Yeah.
she was great because normally Dalmatians are firemen's dogs. But
Yep.
the great thing about Dominique, or I called her Nick Nick for short, was that she had one red, one blue. So she had red and blues, and I was, of course, in law enforcement, so
Yeah.
she fit right in. And boy, I've got pictures of her sitting by the grandbabies when they were babies, and even though it was me, if I walked towards one of the grandbabies, she was like, "What are you doing?"
What do you think you're doing?
I'm getting ready. I'm protecting these grandkids.
Yep.
So
You just keep your distance. Watch what you're doing.
there's a picture of me when I was younger and with Nick.
Wow.
Yeah. But I've
She's
always had,
cute.
ever since I was a kid, I've always, parents and growing up, I've always had a dog, except for 3 years of my life. And, but, it's like I've got everybody else's dog pictures in here. It'll probably be at the bottom, right? How far? I'm close to the bottom. Let's see. Yeah, towards the bottom. Okay. There she is.
Ah,
That's
she
when I got her. She was a little pup.
she looks like my princess. I'm not sure exactly what she
And
was.
yes, my dog was allowed on the couch and on furniture. I was trying to find the other one that. And of course, there's her with me and sitting in my, I don't know if you can see it. It's a dark picture, but anyhow,
Yeah.
she's sitting in my police car and that's me standing on the outside. So
I could see you, but it's very dark,
yeah.
so I couldn't really see her.
Huh, I don't have the
I
other.
always liked Dalmatians.
Oh, well, the whole story behind that was with Faith. I went to they called me, says, "Hey Chris, we've got a Dalmatian down here. You might want to come down and check it out." I said, "Okay." And I went down there and oh wait, good night, Tina.
Good night, Tina. Thank you for coming.
And anyway, long story short, the Dalmatian was a male and he was like bouncing off the walls, very hyperactive. I was working nights at the police department and I was like, I don't have time to train this dog and it's not going to be fair to this dog. And so he went to a Dalmatian rescue center and he got rehomed. Well, meanwhile, while I was sitting there looking at this Dalmatian and all this, that little ball of fur that I showed you was around my ankle, just sitting there going like, "Hey, here I am. Look, hey, you want me, take me." Yeah. So long story short, 15 years of my life, she's been with us or with me. So
yeah, that's a long time to have a
yes, I've been blessed. I've been blessed. She's been with me through the good times and through the bad times. And I, you can't tell me that animals, no matter if it's a cat or dog or whatever animal you have, doesn't know when you're having a bad day or you're having a good day.
Yep.
Because
they do.
she's around
And
the
if you're
corner.
sick, they're right there, just sitting next to you with their nose on with their head on your lap or whatever. Yep.
Yeah.
I know.
The only reason why I've had cats, I've had a Siamese and all that. And, but it's like, I'm how can I put it? I'm a cuddler. Okay. I like giving hugs, and and all that. And so cats seem to be like, you
Aloof.
go to them. It's rare that they come to you or not as much.
Yeah.
And they do their thing and, and all that, but, and so my youngest daughter wanted a cat and we got a cat. And so anyhow.
Yeah.
At that
Cats are not as
sociable.
Yeah. They're more independent.
Oh no. True. I agree with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're not quite as affectionate as a dog is. Dogs, there's a reason they say dog is man's best friend. Because they just love being around people.
Well, it also depends on the breed of the dog. I mean, you look at what is it, border collies? I mean, I've seen all these videos, and I've seen the what is it, the dog shows that and all that, and they're working. They're a working dog. When I was in law enforcement, I always wanted to be a police canine officer. Always wanted to. Until I realized that I can't keep up with them because the breed of those dogs, which are Malinois, and also German Shepherds were the two main breeds. The Malinois, they're so wired that you have to literally work with them every day. You've got to be in physical shape and everything else because they are so bloody fast. And they have a nickname called the fur missile because they're fast. And
I don't even know the breed. I never heard of that breed.
uh,
Is it some kind of husky or?
no, it's a Belgian Malinois, is what it is.
Hmm. Is it like a Belgian Shepherd?
No, Shepherd. I think the Belgian Shepherd has longer hair. Let's see if I
Yeah.
can, allow here. Come on.
Tilly's not a snuggler. She's a purr box and loves to be loved on. Just don't pick her up or hold her down. So she wants to be where
There's
she wants to be.
there's your Belgian
Oh,
Malinois. They're very short
oh,
haired, and I mean they're wired. I mean
yeah,
they can go from like for to coin a phrase 0 to 60 in a split second. They are just
yeah.
they they're so much very hyper and all that.
Ball of energy.
I mean, I used to dog sit like when the canine officers would go on vacation, go, they wherever, Bahamas or whatever. And they're like, who are we going to get to watch our dogs? So a lot of people that had dogs with my department would be like, call Chris, call Chris. And so my sergeant had a Mastiff. Oh Lord.
Wow.
You talk about
Those things.
a slobbering dog.
Oh, yeah.
And
Ugh.
so my youngest daughter and I spent the night at my sergeant's house because she had that Mastiff and she had another dog that was a Spitz type dog and all this. So anyway, long story short, went to
They're
bed.
hyper too.
The Malinois decided he wanted to come lay in the bed of a queen size bed, literally forced me out of the bed because he was hogging the bed. But and then of course I get out of bed and I go into the living room and try to sleep. He comes right over and then he does the lean on you.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just like, Lord have mercy. So yeah, I always was the one that would take care of other people's dogs and all that. So and then of course when I'd come home, Faith was like, "You've been
What do
around,
I smell?
yeah,
You've been
you've been
cheating
around
on
enough
me.
dogs. You want to tell me about it?" And I would get I'd be in trouble if it's like
Cold shoulder.
if I go up to my cousin's house where he's got a couple of dogs and they're all friendly and all this and they come over to me and everything else and of course I pet them and love on them and I come back home and Faith smells me. I was like, I've got to change clothes before she smells me so I don't get in trouble. I might as well come home with lipstick on my shirt collar because I'm in that.
Exactly,
I'm kind of in that
exactly.
trouble,
You're cheating on me. How dare you?
you know.
Mocha likes to be close. Usually will sleep on my head. Oh,
Oh,
I remember those days. Oh, yeah. I had one of mine that used to love to do that. She would curl right up around my head.
and Boots likes to actually lay under the blankets. Boots is like, hey, I want to get warm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So,
and then don't wiggle your toes because they will go right after them.
oh no.
Oh yeah, I remember those. Yep.
Well,
Even if they're on top of the blankets, their claws will go right through.
that's when you wish you had grandma's quilt because
Yes.
they were thick quilts made for the
Yeah.
winter.
Yep. Not like the quilts people make now that are full
Well,
of fiber film. No, they were made of layers and layers and layers of heavy cotton.
well, that's like they've got these blankets now, which I didn't know until my youngest daughter uh, introduced them to me. But they're like weighted blankets.
Yes. I heard about them. I never tried. I never had
And,
one or
and so she laid one on me, and I'm like, I can't move. I'm like, this isn't, no, I don't like this because I start out on one side, lay on my side, then yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I could that would be like claustrophobia amped up to a billion. It's no thank you. That would bug me.
Yeah.
Claws hurt. Yeah, no kidding.
Well, okay, yeah, she said it. Yeah, she's got those. She's got a weighted blanket. She was saying the soft paws help, but they chew them off because there was one day she had a picture of one of her cats. I don't remember, and it was like they had like all these different colored nails.
Booties?
And I was like, she paints her cat's nails, and then she was telling Soraya to go get, I guess, more soft paws or something. And then I was like, oh, okay, so that's what she's
Some
putting these
kind of
little
booties.
or cover or something on there. So,
Uh never they didn't have things like that when I had cats.
well, no, I mean, they didn't have a lot of things when we were younger.
Oh, that's true. Like cell phones and
Well, you know what
laptop
my
computers.
cell phone was? Is if my mother called me by my full birth given name at dark, and if I was not back on the doorstep in the door by the time she called my full name, I was in trouble.
Yes.
And so,
My mother, my mother whistled.
oh,
If I didn't get home before the siren, we had a siren that would go off every night at 9 o'clock. All kids had to be off the streets.
oh wow.
Yep.
I just remember,
And if I wasn't home, she would whistle and I could hear her no matter where I was. If I was a mile away, I think I could probably have heard her. But I was usually somewhere close by in the neighborhood, and if she was whistling, I knew I was in deep doo doo because she meant
yep.
business when she did that.
Well, see, I
And
remember,
I learned how to do that, and I used to call my kids the same way. When it was time for supper and they weren't here, they got the whistle.
and when you sat down to eat, what's on your plate, that's all you're going to get. You had to eat it.
You bet you believe it.
No matter if it
Absolutely.
had
You
peas,
don't
carrots, or zucchini or whatever, you know.
you eat it.
Yep. Or you
You
don't eat
finish what's
at
on
all.
your plate or you go to bed hungry.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I remember growing up, and there was a thing on TV for the 10 o'clock news. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Yes.
Can you imagine in today's society if they had that? Parents are going like, "Where's Susan? Where's Jim?" honey, do you know where the kids are? You know, and most of the time they're
Yeah,
going to say,
have
yeah, they're in
them.
their rooms on their cell phones or playing
Yeah,
Xbox or, whatever. But
yeah, they're either on the computer or the cell phone or
I mean, it's amazing that how much information there is uh, on the internet and how many hours you can spend and how many years you can spend just looking at things on the internet. And it's taking
oh yeah.
away kids being outside, kids playing, building forts, flying kites. These kids don't even know how to fly kites, And
They don't know how to have fun without some kind of an electronic device in their hand.
yeah, or what hopscotch is what I was trying to think of. It was hopscotch or going to the merry-go-round, at the playground, or trying to go down a slide in the summer when it was a metal slide.
Ah, burn the legs. If you
Or
had shorts on, you were in pain.
yeah, you had hot buns,
Yep, absolutely.
and
Yeah,
so, but no, I mean it's like it's a shame that all of the electronic devices have taken away these children's childhood.
yeah, yeah. Um,
But call me old school. I'm old school.
we lived in a neighborhood where there was a ton of kids. There had to be 30 kids in our neighborhood, and every night in the summertime, everybody was out playing kick the can or hide and seek or dodgeball.
Or baseball or basketball,
Yep.
soccer. remember, remember, I don't know if you had a good friend or something like that was your next door neighbor, and at night you'd open up your window and hey, you had a can and had a string, had
I
a
used to
string
do
on,
that with my brother.
and it'd be like you would, hey, what are you doing? You awake? Yeah. But yeah, nowadays it's like, hey, I'll text or I'll call or FaceTime or whatever they do now.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Well, congrats, Miss Lori.
Yeah.
You're about to be 3 hours in on this live.
Oh, dear God. Oh, my God, it's almost 2. Oh, it's terrible.
It's almost one
I'm,
here.
I had gotten myself to the point where I was not staying up so late. I was getting to bed before 1 o'clock sometimes. And now it seems like every night it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm still on Facebook on somebody's live or my own live.
Well, see, my thing is that I was staying up late and talking with Trey or texting him or calling him and or on his live or whatever. So my day has gotten nights have been flipped. So you're going to make her leave. Well, how late are you going to stay up, Heather?
There's silicone caps that get glued to their claws.
Yep.
Ah, wow.
But oh Lord, I lost my train of thought now.
I'm sorry. You said you're changing your time of
Oh,
being
I
awake and
and I asked Trey the other night. I said, "So when are you going to go back to day shift?" And he goes, "This coming set will be days." And I'm like, "Oh great! I got 7 days before he goes back to work, so I've got to get back into sync."
retrain yourself.
But yeah, it's like I went to bed at yesterday morning at I think it was 6:30 and went to
My
sleep.
son does that all the time.
And so,
He's up all night.
oh, I figured you were in bed. I figured you were in bed, Heather, because
She's
otherwise,
been there
you know,
since I started.
I figured she'd be, if she wasn't in bed, she'd be on the panel.
Yeah, yeah. When I popped in, it was just her and I, and then Jan showed up, and it was the three of us for I don't know, maybe an hour almost
It was almost an hour
before
when I
anybody
jumped in.
else. When other people started popping in, and it's like all of a sudden, other people showed up, but it was just her and I at first, and the first thing she said was like, I'm just getting ready for bed, and I was looking and I saw you live.
Yeah.
I said, "Well, you can come up if you want. I mean, I'll post the link and you can pop up and we can chat." And she said, "Oh, I'm getting ready for bed." Well, okay. Here she is 3 hours later.
Well, hey, she's all snuggled and comfy in her bed, and Boots is under the blankets, I assume, and all that, and Mocha's up there with her and all that. So, it's fine. But because it was like as soon as I sit there going scrolling, because I try to support other channels, and so I'm
Yeah.
sitting there going through and looking, doing their videos and all this stuff, and da 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 da. I look and it says, Miss Lori's got a red dot. That means she's live. Pink. Oh, Lord, I missed it. I'm going to get on. And then I started out on my phone in the living room. And that's when I said, hang on, I'll be live in just a minute. So I was coming back to get on the laptop. And then I realized that what I did this. My camera cover was covered. And I was trying to figure out what's wrong with my camera. And then I finally switched that back and whoop, there it is. So, because when I lifted up the lid on the screen on my laptop, my big thumb
Yeah.
hit the little
Something
slidey button
dragged across it.
and covered it up, and I was like, "What?" So nope.
They
They
got
got
kicked out of my room.
they were scratching the bed and messing with my feet. Oh, there
Ah,
you go. There's your proof.
don't wiggle your toes. I know that's one thing you can't do when you got a cat. Don't wiggle your toes because they will go right after it. They think it's an animal underneath there and they're going to get it. And their teeth ain't any friendlier than their claws.
Oh, there was who was it? Another daughter had a cat, and he was young, and he had his claws and all this, and he was very festive, I'll put it that way. And one day he came up and he bit me. I turned around and I bit him back. That cat never bit me again. We had an understanding.
You're going to bite me, I'm going to bite you.
Yep.
Uh,
Now, granted, I didn't bite hard or anything like that, but I bit the cat, and the cat looked at me like, "What the heck? What are you doing?" And
you
so,
never expected that.
no. And when I was living in Israel, uh, I had a dog. Her name was Gypsy, because the owner was going back to the U.S. and couldn't take her with her, and so I became the owner of Gypsy. Well, a boy dog decided that he was going to have an evening with my dog, or with Gypsy.
Mm.
And I heard all this commotion going on, and I ran out, and it wound up that I know you can't tell, but right in this, I got bit 13 times. I got bit here, I got bit under my armpit, and so so afterwards I'm walking up, and I walk into the medical place. I'm sitting there, have direct pressure on my hand. And they go, Chris, what's wrong? And I go, move my hand. It's like, think, blood sitting there. They go,
Oh
they're like, oh my
no!
God. You know,
You hit an artery.
and so, you know, I mean, that's when I was a fireman. So we went back into the medic room and go, hey guys, we got a little situation here.
Wow.
So, but yeah.
Animals are so much fun.
Oh, yes. And you can't tell me that all these animals that are chained or animals that are bred for certain things to do
Uh,
that are not, to fight or whatever, you can't tell me that these dogs are not trained. And it's all about the owner and the person. If you train your dog to do this or whatever, it's, to me, that's abuse. And I don't believe in abuse.
no. Yeah.
A dog does
I
not
don't like
belong on
it.
a chain. So,
Well, I know.
but you got to watch out for the chihuahuas. Those chihuahuas, they think they're bigger
Gliders.
than they are.
Oh yeah. They think they're the king of the roost.
And they
I
will bite
know.
an ankle quick. It's not the big
We
dogs
have
that come after the police officers, those dead burn chihuahuas.
yep. Fox terriers, all those little ankle biters. Little toy poodles. Yeah,
So,
I'm not a fan. That ain't a dog, it's a rat.
well, I used to have family that had a chihuahua, and his name was Cheech, and he was a rescue. And Cheech was cool. You could call him and say, "Come on, Cheech," and he'd jump in your lap, and he'd, circle a couple times. He'd lay down, and he was just content, pet me, and all that. Now, if somebody knocked or something or rang the bell, he'd bark. Well, that's what dogs do,
That's what they do, yeah.
But other than that, Cheech was, and then one of our ladies that worked at the department had a couple of chihuahuas, and she had one named Pumpkin and one named Piper. And for whatever reason, when I'd come visit her and I'd go to her house and visit her and her mother and see the dogs, uh, I was the only male for whatever reason that those dogs would come up to and cuddle and all that. But she'd said that no, they, for whatever reason, maybe the person that had them beforehand abused them or whatever. I don't know, but
They don't like men.
I was the only one male that they would actually come to, and when they passed away, it was like, it was hard. So, but
Yeah. Yeah, we had friends. Well, now they live in Florida, but they used to live about 6 or 8 miles from here. And they were our music partners. It was always them and us, and God knows how many other people would show up to play music on Saturday nights. She always had a chihuahua. When we first met them, they had a chihuahua and I can't remember what Honey was. She had long hair. I don't know what the breed was.
well, there were so many dogs that have long hair. Who knows?
Yeah, she was about Uh, 35 pounds, maybe 40 pounds, about 2 feet tall.
So a medium dog.
She was a sweetheart. She was the sweetest thing, and the Chihuahua was a little terror. And he didn't like, she didn't like Missy. She didn't like my husband. He, for some reason, dogs don't like him. Probably because he had a bad experience with a dog when he was growing up. It was a Cocker Spaniel, and he was mean.
Hmm.
His sister made him mean.
Yeah, it goes back to what I said
And
about, you know.
and ever since then, my husband doesn't like dogs. So he had a hard time with the dog. And Missy, for some reason, she wouldn't go near him, and she'd just as soon growl at him as anything. But Honey was fine. She was a big lover. She was a sweetheart. But Judy and Eddie, they after they lost Honey and Missy, they got another dog, and it was a part Chihuahua and part Fox Terrier, I think. And she was nasty. She was fine with them, but she was not friendly to anybody that came in the house. It didn't matter who it was. She was not a friendly dog at all. Yeah,
Well,
I'm not a fan of Chihuahuas.
I'm not a fan of the breed called Shih Tzus
Oh, yeah.
because we were
There's a
given,
reason they call them Shih Tzus.
well, we were given a dog at the time when I was married. We were given a dog from the ex wife's grandmother, and it was a Shih Tzu. And my youngest daughter was a little girl, baby, and toddler. And that Shih Tzu, I guess my daughter did something, and that Shih Tzu tried to bite her, or literally bit her on the cheek, and there was a red mark. And have you ever seen a Shih Tzu fly? And I told at the time, I told my wife, I said, "You get rid of that dog, or I will."
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to have a dog that's going to do that
Nope.
to our kid. And
Nope.
so we went back to the grandmother, and
Yeah.
I was okay. That's fine. And then that's when we got the cat afterwards. But
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
just,
Little dogs they're like a one person animal.
oh yeah,
Their owner they attach to, and anybody else they are nasty. My great aunt had part I think she was part Chihuahua and part Fox Terrier, or it was all Fox Terrier. Checkers. And she bit me more than once. If you went near my aunt, she would come after you. Didn't matter who you were or what your intention was. You don't have to be threatening her or anything. Just walking up to her or just sitting next to her on the couch, the dog would have a fit. And I was just little at the time. I was, like 3 or 4. Yeah. I didn't like going to my aunt's house.
Well, that's like my great grandfather had geese. Have you ever been bitten on the back of your thigh by a geese?
No, but I hear that they are nasty biters. Yeah.
Yeah, I was not a fan of those dead burn geese.
Yep. Yeah.
No.
My husband takes the rowboat and we have a pond behind our house. And you can probably see pictures of it on my community page. Uh the Canadian geese
Oh yeah.
were always here. And it got to the point, at first we used to feed them, but after a while there were more and more and more. And then they started taking over the yard. They'd come up on the beach and they'd come up on the yard and walking around the lawn everywhere. It was so bad you couldn't walk out there because there were little piles everywhere.
And you didn't want to
He
be
started
barefoot.
chasing them out of here. And now, as soon as if he hears them out there early in the morning, they'll come in, fly in. He goes out there in the rowboat and he chases them. All he has to do is get in the boat and they start yakking. And the next thing you know, they're flying away. And now, actually, the past few months, I haven't seen one goose come since they flew off south. And usually they would stay all winter.
Oh yeah.
But he he decided a couple of years ago that's enough. I'm sick of this. And they were starting to chase us if we went out in the yard. It's like, no, I don't think so. This is not going to happen around here. Go away. He wouldn't hurt them, but he chases them. He gets in the boat and goes wherever they go. He goes over there and he chases them. He starts yelling at them, slaps the oar on the water. Get out of here!
And
And
when
they
he goes to the doctor,
eventually they.
I was going to say
Huh?
when your husband goes to the doctor, he goes, "Are you getting exercise?" Oh yeah, I row a boat.
Yeah. Well, it's been bugging him because he had his surgery. He had um he had a herniated aorta in his abdomen, and he had to have surgery to repair it in September.
Oh, this chair.
And after he had his surgery, he couldn't row the boat.
Oh,
So before he had his surgery, he had to make sure he turned the boat over and pulled it up out of the water so that because he knew he wasn't going to be able to use the boat until spring. Because once the ice comes on the pond, he can't use the boat anyway. So he had to make sure that he pulled up the boat and flipped it over and put it up on his blocks for the winter. And he's out there every day. He was out there every single day, all summer long. From as soon as there's open water out there, he's out on the boat, either fishing or just rolling around, picking up trash because there's always somebody throwing trash.
poor Tilly. It's come on, Mom. I'll be good. Let me in.
Close. Poor thing.
You know what you ought to do for your husband? And I don't know if he's interested or not, but you ought to get him one of those trolling motors, electric trolling motor, and then have a battery to where he could connect the trolling motor to, and then he could sit there and, instead of having to row, he's got that electric trolling motor, which he could still have the oars in the boat, whatever, but have that trolling motor in the boat and to where he could zip after those geese in the spring and all.
Yeah, we used to, when we first moved here, the thing is, this is a man-made lake, a man-made pond,
Okay.
and it was made when there used to be a mill down just down the road. The guy that owned that property and built the mill built the road and built the dam because he needed the water because the mill was run by water power.
Oh,
And the guy that owned the pond when we first moved here wouldn't allow anybody to take a boat on the pond. He didn't want anybody in any kind of boat on the pond. But we told him we don't. He said, I don't, no motors, no motors. So we said, okay, is it okay if we use the boat without a motor? Because he just wanted to go fishing.
yeah.
And the guy said, yeah, okay. But apparently, he kept the water, really low. He
Mm.
wouldn't let the water get too deep. Because apparently, back in the 50s, I guess, there was a kid that took a rowboat out. He was like in his early teens, and he ended up drowning
Oh, wow.
in the pond. He fell out of the boat, couldn't swim, and he drowned. And that's when the guy opened up the dam, opened up the sluice way, and flattened the pond. He brought it way down low because he would always chase anybody that had a boat off the pond because he didn't want rowboats or any kind of boat on the pond because it just,
Yeah.
for one thing, it would be a liability for him because he owned the pond.
Well, that's where you put a sign up that says, you know, swim
No
at your own
boats.
risk or whatever.
Yeah, I know. But you couldn't reason with him. He was just adamant that no, nobody was going to use a boat on his pond.
Oh, I was waiting for you to say it was an HOA pond, homeowners association pond.
Oh, no. No,
That's what
this
I was.
the guy when we first moved here, the mill was still working. He would come and work in the mill all the time, and it was switched to electricity by that point. So he did, it wasn't by water power anymore. But it was still a functioning mill, and he used to work there. And there's a little house down there next to where the mill was, and he used to rent out the house. And he would work. He'd come and work in the mill all day long, and then go home at night. But he didn't want anybody if he didn't want anybody on the pond. He was afraid somebody was going to drown again.
So Heather, if Tilly is neglected, have you let Tilly in?
She's so neglected.
Yeah, I bet. I've seen how she takes care of her animals.
Yeah, I know. They look like they're abused.
Yeah,
The poor things.
it's like
Such a mean.
my youngest daughter, and I can't remember the breed name, but she had it was a solid black rabbit, huge rabbit and all. And okay, thank you, Heather. And she
They're not spoiled.
he had his own little house and all that. He had like a cage, and every now and then she'd let, and his name was Binks, Binz or X, excuse me. And that was his name. And he was he was just a lovable type, rabbit. And anyhow, when she would go out of town, Dad, can you come over and feed and take care of Binks? And so, like I could come, you could go over there, and this Binks's fur was all nice and soft, and you'd sit there and pet him, and he had the big old long ears, and and all that jazz. And he was a good rabbit, I have to admit. He liked kelp and all that stuff, and he every now and then he'd get into a I guess you'd a kicking fit or something. He'd kick all the straw out of his house or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And it was
I
just
had a cousin that had a pet rabbit. It was black. I have no idea what breed it was, but it was pretty big too.
but maybe
That was
that's
when
what
we
I ought
were
to
little.
do is to supplement my income is be an animal sitter or something.
Yeah. Oh,
I
you'd
could
be surprised. They could make good money.
Yeah, but I could see that. I come home and yeah,
Yeah.
I'd get the third degree real quick. But that's one thing about my dog is that you know if I go somewhere she goes, as long as if I go to Walmart and I'm going to shop for an hour or something, I won't bring her. But if I'm just running down to get gas or something like that, I say, I'll say the geo word because I don't say it right now because she would probably go, "Are we geoing?"
Are we
Anyway,
going?
yeah, well, I don't say that, but anyhow, I take her and all that, but it's just I wouldn't do it any different, I mean, it's like you said earlier, they're family, you know,
Yeah, they are. They're just like family.
and
You get really attached. That's why I don't have animals anymore because the last pet I had was my cat. We had the two of them, and when the last one died, I said I can't have another I can't have another pet. It's just it takes too much out of me.
well, I won't let there's times when living in Texas that when uh, a young man who I was he was known as Little Chris, I was known as Big Chris. One because of the age difference and all that. It's not because of the fact that I'm heavy set or anything. But anyhow, uh, he went back home to his and to live with up in Missouri where he was from, and all that. And his parents were there, and his dad was a minister and all that, and they were God fearing family. And long story short, he passed away at an early
Uh,
age, and so uh, I went up there for the funeral and all that, and luckily I had somebody that could take care of my dog, because I won't put my dog in a kennel or anything like that,
Yeah.
or while you're on vacation, because to me that's like they're in a totally different environment. They're going, what's and then so
Yeah.
uh, and then it got to
Yeah.
the point where my niece, I basically, she'd do it for free, but I always gave her $100, because the fact that she was taking out of her time and everything to take care of my dog. So I always would give her at least $100, if not more, to take care of my dog. But now that I'm up here and everybody's down there, I pretty much don't go anywhere.
Mm,
And if I
like
do, I
there's
mean,
no good.
let's see, the last time I came up here before I moved here, uh, we had a funeral for my last surviving aunt, and Faith and I, we came north, and my dog was there right at the funeral, right there with me, and on a leash, and and all the kids were coming over. Oh, look at your dog, and all that. But that's just the way I am. So Tilly is purring in your face. That's sweet. Hi, Tilly. I'm trying to get Trey to do a YouTube for a channel for Bunny.
Yeah. With a web what do they call it? The camera.
Oh, um,
Uh
well, he's supposed to get
trail cam.
a camera to where I can click on the internet and check on him, and check on her and all that. he
Yeah.
had, he hadn't had time. Which, trust me, I know Trey is busy. I mean, I don't know how he does it. I mean,
I don't know.
he works. Either, no matter if it's a day shift or the night shift, he'll work at his farm. He'll do all that work and all that, and then he goes to
And
work,
then goes to
and
work.
then comes home and stays up, I'm sure, for a little bit or whatever before he goes to sleep. But I mean, the
I don't know how he
responsibilities.
does it.
Sweet, okay, sweet and obnoxious. Tilly is not
Car?
obnoxious. You're awake. She's just showing you love by purring back. I guess I'm gonna have to start being on the Tilly fan club now. But what I want to
You're
do
gonna
is, Trey's not in here. What I want to do is I want to get one of the pictures that I've got of Bunny, and I want to get it on a T-shirt, and have in something, put it on a T-shirt and say, Bunny fan club member or something like that. And then wear it one night or something like that. And say, yeah, look, Trey, I'm an official member now. But
I wonder if Mickey could do something with that.
well, I've still been trying to get a hold of Mickey, because and I know he's busy, and he's and that's great. Uh but I'm trying to get in touch with him so I can see if he can help me with my logo, which is, well, it's not, no, I've got a new I've got a different one. In other words, it's basically, what I want to do is to take the Texas Raiders, but I want to do it like, let me get back over here. I want to take the word Texas Raider and make it in like a half moon arch or a crescent, and then below, do something or whatever. But I'm either that or let him just go with it and see what he comes up with. And
Yeah, I guess he's having some serious problems. He's said he's blind in one eye now,
Hmm.
and he's having a really hard time doing his artwork anymore.
Oh dear. Well,
Yeah,
what I've been doing is I went all the way down to the bottom to his first video that he did, and basically what I've done is I'm sitting there just going from the bottom to the top, trying to watch all of his videos because everybody was saying, "Hey, he needs our support and everything else," and so I was doing that, and that's the only so I've been trying to watch all of his, but then you've got all these other channels that are doing lives, or I see
yeah,
something, or uh, and so I try to you know keep an eye on try to do all that, and it's like, and then they're like, "Hey, you need to subscribe to this channel," and I'm like, I've got so many channels right now, I can't keep
I
up.
can't keep up. Yeah, I know. I know. I used to watch a lot of different channels, and when I wasn't doing lives or anything like that, or, it seemed like not too many people were actually going live very often. Now it seems like every night there's somebody going live, and then I end up getting watching this one and that one and this one and the next one, and I don't have time to watch the channels that I used to watch that are just
Yep.
putting out videos. So
Oh wow,
it's
I'm up
it's
to.
getting to be a full-time job.
Well, see, like with me, my goal was I was going to, how people you see on YouTube or the bigger channels and all that, they're like, I've got 1 million subscribers and I've got this. I'm like, I was just, my goal was by the end of the year, I wanted to get to 50. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with 50, and all this jazz. Well, I'm at 52 now. So, I'm like, wow, okay. I'm happy. I'm not out here for the subscribers. I'm not, or whatever. I'm just out here to be me, and all
Yeah,
that stuff. And I'm trying to think of, let's see, this coming Monday, Karma, the, oh, gosh, what is it? Let me find it. Karma. I just remember Karma. Where did he go? Where did he go? There it is. Lewis Acre Farm. This Monday, I'm going to be on panel with her uh, and all that. And so she contacted me and asked me if I'd be interested and willing to come on panel with her. I'm like, I've got time. I'm not, if Heather can do it, I can do it. What's the matter? You want out? Is it time to go outside? Yeah. You want to go outside? Hello. Where you at? What do you need to go outside? Well, excuse me for a minute. My faith needs me for a second, so let me. I'll let you and Miss Heather chit chat for a second. I'll be back.
okie dokie.
I'm a gun.
You probably should have turned off your mic, but that's okay. I think I have 61 subscribers. Actually, I was trying to find 65. Wow. I have 65 subscribers. Faith needs a potty break. Yes. Wow. That's amazing. 90 is good. I think I was it Lewis Acres that asked me in somebody's, I think it was in Dale's live or somebody's live yesterday or the day before, asked me if they could interview me. And I'm like, why would anyone want to interview me? I ain't no famous person. I think it was on Dale's live. It might have been. It might have been Karma. But what the heck is she going to be? I mean, I'm not a person to interview. I don't know why she'd want to interview me. I ain't no star. I don't know if I've ever watched any of. I don't think I've ever watched any of her. I don't even know if I'm subscribed to her. I think I'm. I think I am, but I could be wrong. I keep hitting the wrong button. Well, yeah, I have no idea. I just started this because I wanted to be able to get up on people's lives and chat because trying to sit in the typing, yeah, I can't type for, to save my butt. And I just wanted to be able to talk to people. Excuse me. I suppose. I don't know what I want to do with my channel though. That's just it. I mean, maybe eventually I might want to do some cooking, but I need to get a different camera than right now. All I have is the laptop, and I have my phone, but that thing is a piece of crap. I need to get a camera that I could set up on a tripod and try and figure out how to set it up. If I was going to cook, I have no idea where the heck I could set it up. I suppose I could move things around on my peninsula in the kitchen. I'd say it's an island, but it's not an island because it's only 3 sides.
Okay.
He's back.
Uh-huh.
Welcome back.
I had to go get.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's treat time.
Oh yeah, and then at the same time, I said, okay, if we're doing an all nighter, I got to go get a cup of coffee. So I
Oh
cheated and
God.
got me a cup of coffee. So
I have my cup of tea here, but it's cold again. Oh my God, it's 2:45.
yeah,
Oh God, it's 2:45.
yeah, yeah. Here we go. All right.
Oh my word. I'm gonna be sleeping till noon tomorrow.
You mean today?
Uh yeah, today. Ow.
Yes, Heather. There's a story behind her nails on Faith. She she's particular if somebody reaches out and gets her paw, and it's like, nope, you're not, nope. So, long story short, yes, her nails are long. Uh, Unfortunately, the streets here are not concrete to where I could go take her for a walk, and it kind of would wear them down and all
Down.
this. But yeah, there a couple of them are long, and it takes. I have to have help to hold her down to trim her nails.
Uh and she doesn't want to go to the VET because
I mean, now the vet that she had in Texas, oh, she liked it because she had. I mean, he could take blood from her and he could give her shots, and she was great. It was they had a bond, and all that. But there's a local veterinary up the street on the main street, and I have yet to go get her there, but which I need to do so she can get her shots and all that.
yeah, just get her a weighted blanket, Chris.
Well, I bought her a brand spanking new I wish I could have found it. I bought her a brand new dog bed, and she would not lay in it for now in the living room because I sleep in a recliner because I don't know. I've been blessed with sinus problems, and if I lay down, I'm surprised Heather can't hear me snoring all the way up there where she lives. Uh, yeah, I snore. So if I lay down, it's like all that. So anyway, um, if I sit up and if I'm sitting up, I can I don't have that many sinus problems, um,
Yeah,
and I don't snore as bad. So
recliners are better to sleep in.
so I've got an orange blanket, just an orange blanket. And if I leave and like to go to the VA for whatever my doctor visit or something like that, well, Faith stays here at the house and all that. Well, when I come home, and because the blanket will sit and be right at the foot of the extends to the floor by the recliner, she'll be cuddled up to it. So it's her blanket that I'm using that she's allowing me to use.
Oh,
Ladies don't snore.
yeah, right. I have been known to wake up in the middle of the night because I heard somebody snoring and it was me. That doesn't happen very often though.
Well, everybody keeps asking me, well, have you done a sleep therapy test or whatever sleep apnea test or
Yeah,
whatever? Yeah, those,
yeah,
sleep study that, ever
sleep
done.
study, yeah.
And I was told that they videotape it. And I was like, are you kidding? I don't even want to. No, 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 because I'd hate to see what I do when I am asleep. It's like I knew I shouldn't have had those Brussels sprouts or them, you know, or the broccoli. Yeah, I'd be sounding like a foghorn, probably. Yeah.
Mm,
But I'm real warm blooded. Oh,
oh,
I saw
excuse
that.
me.
I saw that. Now look, I've got this coffee. Do you need some, Miss Lori? Here you go.
I do. I do.
If you need to go, Miss Lori, I'm not going to keep you
Yeah, I probably should pretty soon. I'll maybe go until 3.
till 3. Okay, well then it's
Oh, that's
1:51 a.m. here, so that means you've got an hour and 9 minutes.
no, not according to my clock.
Well, if they hook me up to an EKG machine, I have to let them know that I have what is called Wolf Parkinson White syndrome. Yes, I mean, yeah, it's called WP Wolf Parkinson White syndrome, WPWS, and what that
I
means
never heard of
is
that.
I have a big heart, literally, or an enlarged
Yeah,
heart, as they call it.
an enlarged heart.
And what that means is that I could be sitting here talking with you, or I could be out running, for an example, jogging or exercising or whatever. And for whatever reason, my heart will beat twice as fast as it normally should.
That's not good.
Well, I had a cardiologist down in Texas who was an older doctor and, and had a great bedside manner. And he had this young whippersnapper doctor, fresh out of doctor school. Well, Mr. Connor, I can fix that for you. We just do an open heart and I could get right on that and fix you right up and you wouldn't have to worry about it. And I looked at him and I said, son, I'm 60. And, I've had relatives that have, had heart attacks and all this stuff. I said, I've had it this long. I'm still kicking. I'll stay with all the parts that I was born with.
Yeah. Yeah, some of those young doctors, some of them are really good, but some of them, they just
He was over
don't. Yeah.
eager, and it just, and to me, it's kind of like, remember the old door to door salesmen that come to your
Oh,
house
God, yeah. Oh,
and
yeah.
they would be pushy, or not pushy literally, but they were, oh, this is a great product.
Aggressive.
You need to get this,
Oh,
you know.
yeah. This is the best thing since sliced bread.
Ah,
Yeah.
you good? Okay. But yeah, it was just, to me, it was kind of like one of those things that, how how on all these scams and all this, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably isn't.
It probably is.
And
Yeah.
so I was just in my, I kept hearing my third voice, that I talked to, never answer, but I talked to it. And it was just like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
No, don't even go there.
Let's see.
Kirby vacuums, yes.
Well, see, my father, because I grew up and started out growing up in Oklahoma. Okay. So, sorry, I got a text from Israel. I'm trying to see what's going on. Anyhow, he was a door to door salesman that sold life insurance. And so, long story short, he got transferred to Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh.
And the funny thing about it is that we were living in Oklahoma City, a suburb of Oklahoma City at that time. And there was my parents were friends with these people, and they had a daughter. Her name was Krista. And I always said, that's the girl I'm going to marry because, we were friends, we were buddies,
Chris and Krista.
and all that. And when we moved to Baltimore, Maryland, I was madder than a hornet's nest at my mom and dad, or mainly my dad because of it. Because now I was away from her. And I lost contact and all that. Then I went to school in Baltimore, Maryland. And in the class, if a student decided that they were tired, they could put their head down on the desk and take a nap. I'm like, what is that? What is that? In my schools in, Oklahoma, if you did that, the teacher would be coming over there throwing an eraser at you or slapping the desk or whatever.
Smacking you with a ruler.
And I was just, like you were saying, Miss Lori, about you just, shut down. I basically shut down. I was just like, I did not like, and to this day, I have never gone back to Baltimore, Maryland. It's, that's the way they do things there. Okay, fine. It's not for me. It's time for me to get the heck out of Dodge. But of course, I was a kid. Well, luckily, my mother convinced or whatever my father to get out of that business. So we moved to Fort Worth, Texas in 1970. I want to say 1971. And they bought a nightclub. Of all things, they were the proud owners of a nightclub.
Oh, yeah, you told me that.
So, yeah. And so the rest of the time, I went to schools and on all that there in Texas. And like I said, the other part of the story is when I did 10th grade, and then I said, time to take care of me and me, and that was,
Hasta la vista.
Yeah. So how the cats, Heather? Are they all cuddly and behaving? Or do I need to have a talk with them? I can see Heather putting the phone up by one of them and going, okay, you can talk to him. Okay, come on, Tilly. Come on, Mocha. Come on, Boots. Y'all need to behave. Calm down. Just go to sleep. Cuddle up. Enjoy the evening.
Tilly's back.
I'm waiting to see what she says. Tilly's back.
Tilly's back.
What about Boots?
Someone was scratching my backpack and the end of the bed. Yeah. I'm guessing she booted him back out again.
Yeah.
Tempted to send him to you. Don't send him here.
Well, you're closer to her.
I'm not so sure.
Oh, man. I have got to come up with an item of my own, to figure out, because I'm Heather doesn't know it, but I'm sending Heather a care package. I'm not going to say what's in it, Heather, but I saw on a video one time there was something that you needed, and so I got it. And now it's like I'm sitting there going like, well, if I send something to Heather, I need to send something there for her daughter. And of course, I asked one time on a live, and then she asked her daughter, well, what size, because she's into archery. And I said, what's the draw? In other words, when you hold the bow and you draw the bow back or the string back, what length? So I could send her some arrows. So maybe, I don't know, I don't know if they have I don't know what archery place, but I was thinking maybe if they had an academy or some sports related box store up there by Heather, I could get her a gift card and she could go buy the arrows that she needs and all that. It's all right.
Mm.
I know that Heather likes knives.
Out here we have Bass Pro Shops, and they have all kinds of hunting and
Yeah.
fishing and all that kind of
In a
stuff.
big aquarium. Have y'all got
Yeah,
the aquarium with the where the fish are in?
I never went. I never went in.
Oh,
I've
well, you
seen it. I mean, there's one about 5 miles down the road, but I've never been there.
I mean,
Been
they're
by it
I
because it's
mean,
right next to Best Buy.
I mean, it's fun to go in. From Genesis. Huh. Is it just genesis.com, Heather? Because if so, let me look. Come on, phone.
Genesis is Planet Forbidden. Anybody know where that line comes from?
I'm sorry, which Genesis is forbidden?
Genesis is Planet Forbidden.
Oh, I'm thinking. It's not from a movie.
It's a movie.
What was the name of that movie? Oh gosh, I can sit there and see. No, I'm trying to think of the one movie. It was a black and white movie.
Nope.
Okay, well, the one I'm thinking of is a black and white movie, and it had a robot that for
Oh, I know what you're thinking of.
and the man
Forbidden Planet.
Forbidden
Forbidden
Planet.
Planet.
Okay,
That's the one you're thinking of. Yeah, that's
the one.
not it.
All right, I'll bite. So what is it from?
It's from The Search for Spock. Yeah. The
Oh,
Search for Spock.
yeah, you're right. Yep. I don't even know if I can still
Genesis is Planet Forbidden.
Yeah, see, I have to concentrate. Yeah, look at you. You know why I became a Star Wars geek? It's because I never got into Star Trek.
Oh, I see. I'm a Star Trek. I watched Star Trek when it first came on back in the 60s.
Let's see. Girl,
Yeah, shut up, you.
I saw Star Wars back in May of 1977 at the movie theater 34 times.
I saw it once.
Because I was in love with it. I wanted an X-Wing fighter, I still do, and I wanted my own lightsaber. Okay, so they got
my kids.
you know.
My oldest son was born in 77. So he didn't get into that stuff until a few years later, but it didn't take long because by the time he was big enough to know about it, The Empire Strikes Back. What year did The Empire Strikes Back come out? 1980. That's the year you were born. That's true.
It came
Yeah.
out May 21st, 1980.
My two oldest sons were born when the year of the Star Wars movies, the first two Star Wars movies.
No, all three.
All three of you?
77, 82.
What was 82? That was
Kind of dinner.
Return of the Jedi.
Nope, 1983.
I think.
Huh?
Oh, he said no. It's 82.
Nope, I've got May 25th, 1983. As they said, what was it in Tombstone or whatever? When Doc said, "I beg to differ with you, sir."
Now he's gonna look it up.
Hey Siri, when was the movie? When was the movie Return of the Jedi made?
What's 82?
No, I don't want Sonic the Hedgehog. What the heck?
Sonic the Hedgehog. Wow. That's a totally different thing, guys. Did you find it?
Yeah, 83.
It's 83. Yeah. He said you're right. It's 83.
Thought it was 82 on Carolina.
My proof.
Backwards, but May 25th, 1983.
Huh.
So
Yeah. He said he's been thinking it's 1982 forever.
well, the thing is that George Lucas, the creator of Star Wars, when he was doing all the Star Wars movies, they all came out in May. And then the Force
That's
Awakens, The Last Jedi, and Episode 9 or 10, no, 9, all came out. Well, they take that back. The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi all came, once they were Disney, came out in December.
Yeah, I never watched any of the other three. The other whatever the heck it was. I only saw the first three were the only ones I ever saw. I think I saw part of the one with what was his what was that stupid character?
Jar Jar Binks.
Jar
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 Binks.
Binks.
I knew it when you said
Uh,
stupid. Oh, Jar Jar Binks is here. Oh,
I couldn't stand that.
I couldn't.
Yeah, I
stand
couldn't.
the little Ewoks. That was the. Well, Heather,
Thank God they were only in the end.
Heather, it looks like I can get a gift card from them, so that will probably come separate ahead of what I'm going to send. So I assume, I don't know. I'll have to find out more about it. Let's see.
GenesisBow.com.
From message, add to cart. Okay. Well, I've got the website saved and see, and then she can choose or whatever she needs if she needs an accessory or something. But yeah. But it's just. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss Lori. Ladies first.
I was gonna say it's gonna be hard to get arrows if you don't know the pull.
Heather, I know I don't have to do that. You're just going to have to get used to me. Okay? I'm that kind of a person because that's just how I am. And no strings attached. It doesn't mean you got to turn around and send me something. It's just, and all that. Because I had your address, not your address, but your P.O. box a long time ago because I had gone through a mutual friend, and yes, you know who it is, to get it. And I was going to remain anonymous, but I've kind of let the cat out of the bag because of the fact that I'm trying to figure out what to get her. So I let the cat out of the bag. So anyway, it's no big deal. Again, it goes all back to paying it forward, and at the same time, it's the way this community is. When somebody needs something or something like that, um, it's like, you know, you help out. There's times when I can help out, and if as far as getting things and all that for people, I'm going to do it. So just, that's just how I am. So here's the coffee.
Yay, coffee.
Yeah, now I'm going to be like, it's 5 o'clock. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Now that you have your coffee,
Yeah,
you got yourself a coffee just to stay up for the live, and I'm crashing.
Well, if you need to get your beauty sleep, whatever you call it, your rest, just leave your computer up. I'll keep. So you can have those
Leave
watch
the
hours.
live open.
So you can have the watch hours. There you go.
Oh my God.
I imagine Heather's probably like, what the heck am I doing still awake?
I know. She was ready to crash when I came on. And
Well, I feel blessed that y'all have hung with me.
I was tired. I'm awake now.
Oy vey.
Oh man.
It has nothing to do with Tilly Mocha and Boots either. They're not keeping her awake.
No, we are.
Well, I will check your community page once you get done, and look
Okay.
for that recipe, because I mean, I can cook, I sew, I can iron, which that reminds me, I got to get an ironing board and an iron. I keep forgetting about that because
I didn't put a recipe.
I'm sorry.
I didn't put a recipe. I just put a picture of the roast.
What?
Pictures.
What?
I'm sorry. Oh.
Would you have my email address to where you can send me recipes?
You know, I did. I posted a rant.
Well, what I was going to say is, if
Sort of
not,
a rant.
not right this second, but when you think about it, when you wake up later this afternoon, if you want, go on my about page and you will find my email, because my email is on there. And you can, if you decide, save it or whatever. And if you decide you have a recipe or something like that, and you go, now, granted, I'm not a baker. I'm okay. I grill. I can crock pot. I don't have what are they called? Air fryer. I don't have one of those.
No, I don't either. I don't even have a crock pot.
Oh, I've got crock pots.
I do everything in the stove, in the oven, or on top of the stove. Yeah. A crock pot to me is basically a roasting pan that you put in the oven.
Yeah. But the good thing about it is that it's one of those things that, the thing I like about the crock pot is that you can put ingredients in there, set the time and the heat's however hot or whatever, and then you can go, like, say if I've got to do laundry, I can go do the laundry, and it's I don't have to go check it, other than if it's a pot, if I'm cooking beans or something, just to make sure the water level, after the beans soak up the water. But it's just, I enjoy it, but
yeah, I don't have any room for it. I have very little room in my kitchen. I have very little counter space, and it's pretty much full.
Well, I had mine is the same way because this is an older home, and I wish I had Heather's kitchen because that looks huge. I mean, compared to mine, it's open from all the one video that I did see of it. Anyhow, uh, I'm it's like right now I'm trying to. There's a cabinet that they, whenever they did the kitchen, the cabinet is, the opening is, like this big, but for some reason the cabinet that's in there is got that much space that still could go. So it's a smaller cabinet. Well, that cabinet's got to come out, and that's what I'm going to put my dishwasher in that I've been blessed with because I hate doing dishes. I'll do all the laundry. I'll do all that, but I hate the folding.
Yeah, tell me about it. Uh, yep.
Your
I'm not a
kitchen
big
looks
fan of
big,
dishes
Heather.
either.
It does. I mean, at least that's what the little bit that I saw of it. I mean, it looks big and it looks like a nice kitchen, you know. But yeah, I mean, the thing about this house is that I need to get. I want to get the vinyl siding that's old. I want to get it replaced, and I want to put like the hardy boards or whatever on it to where I could. And they come primered, but all that. And my cousin had done his house. Um, oh wow, that's nice, Heather. The memories. Oh, I know. I was going to
Yeah.
also say. Remember growing up, or at least I do, when at the whatever house we were in, it was like my mother would always say, "Here, stand up against here," and she'd take a pencil and
Oh,
up to date.
yes.
Remember those days? They don't do
Yes,
that. Nobody does that anymore.
I know. I know. In fact, we had a beam that we measured the kids,
Yeah.
and we'd put the date
Yep.
and their name next to the line. Yeah,
Yep.
I think it ended up getting covered up when because we basically rebuilt this house from the inside out because we had to tear it apart because we had lead paint. And we had to tear the entire inside of the house. And then we found out that this house is so old
How old is it? I had to do.
that it's not built out of 2x4s or 2x6s.
Hmm.
It was being post and beam with slats, boards that went from the sill all the way up, one piece, one board, and they were all different sizes that
Wow.
were like 2.5 inches thick, all the way around the whole outside of the house.
So you're saying from ground level all the way up to the sill, up to the pitch of the roof.
Yeah. And well, no, actually there's a horizontal beam that goes around upstairs because this is a story and a half.
Okay.
So the back side of the house, this side upstairs, there's a dormer. The front side is pitched. It's a cape.
Yeah.
And there's a horizontal beam that goes around about 3 foot high, um above the floor in the upstairs. And it goes around the whole perimeter of the house. And the boards, the lower boards would go all the way up to that beam, where that beam was. And then from that beam up, it was whatever, there was another board that went from there to the roof.
But that
But
house
we
is
had
still
to,
standing.
yeah,
They
but
built
we had
it.
to take it all apart. We had to take off all those boards. We had saved them and put them in a pile out in the yard. We were going to save them to use because they were like rock hard.
Hmm.
They were like petrified wood. They were so hard. It was like chestnut. And it was this house was about 150 years old.
But it was well built.
It was definitely well built. But we had to take all that down because there were you couldn't put insulation in the walls because there were no interior walls. The plaster was built right
Yep. It was slats,
onto
probably.
those. Yeah, it was all slats and plaster across the whole all inside of the boards.
Yep.
So we had to tear it all apart, and we ended up putting plywood on the outside, and then we built the walls. We didn't do 2x4s, we did 2x6s so we could put more insulation in the walls. So we had to rebuild the whole house from the inside out. It was unbelievable. It was trying to live here with 3 little kids. The youngest was 2 and the oldest was 7 or 8. Yeah, it was a nightmare.
All right, I'll tell you a funny, because with this house that I'm in, my attic crawl space to get into the attic is out in the garage, and it's not one that you pull down and it's got steps. It's not that. It's a square that leads from the garage into the attic. Guess who can't fit through the hole?
Oh no.
It's like I was talking to my oldest cousin, and I said, "I need to borrow your grandson, who's a teenager." I said, "I need him to go into the attic."
Oh
Because
no.
my cousin and my other cousin, all 3 of us, none of us can get through that hole.
Oh wow.
And so,
That's pretty bad.
and from what the home inspector that I'd hired, when he did a home inspection on this house, he had a camera and all that, and noticed that one of the support rafters or whatever was splitting, and says, "You need to get that taken care of." I said, "Oh, okay, no problem. I'll get up there and I'll get it done." Yeah, yeah. I can
He
get my.
didn't tell you how big the opening was.
Yeah, well, I didn't know how big the opening was. I should have known there was an issue when he said that didn't go up in the attic, but he left it at that. He didn't say that I couldn't fit. But anyway, but
Isn't that supposed to be the kind of thing that inspectors are supposed to tell you?
well, I can't complain about my inspector, because the house in another city nearby that I was originally that house that I was going to buy, he did a 12-page in-depth report and went over everything. And like I said, when he said the M word, or mold, that was in that house, I said, "Nope,
Ooh,
I'm taking off my
no.
bid, and not, no, 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 no." That, and it was going to cost me an extra $30,000, which I didn't have.
Yes.
because the fact that extra 20 that I had, 20,000, was going to be to pay the moving company and get everything set up and get things transferred, blah, 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 and see what I was going to need for repairs. Whereas this house, it was like we had to rip the carpet out because the renter had dogs. They didn't take care of anything. The carpet was stained. I'll leave it at that. So we ripped out all the carpet. So that's how come you can hear Faith when she walks, because there's no carpet in the house. And I've received 100 messages today with Restream chat. The heck is that? Okay.
I've seen messages like that before. I don't see that in my chat.
It's on mine, so let me see if I can wake up phone. I don't know if you can. I know it's reversed, but it's a second message from the top. But it says,
"Oh yeah, to get the big R."
Yeah, and I've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
That's a message from Restream.
Yes, but is it? How do I? It's not for me because I don't see how. I don't have 100 messages because I don't have Restream. So unless somebody's using my name, but
I don't know. Maybe it's because you're a guest in the Restream.
I guess
I don't see it in the I don't see it in the Restream chat.
Well, it's on my Restream chat, so
That's bizarre. I don't know.
It's Bizarro World.
It is. Oh God. Do you remember that cartoon?
I also remember the Twilight Zone.
Oh, I love the Twilight Zone. I remember that when I was a kid. It was brand new when I was a kid.
What was it? What was his name? Rod Sterling.
Rod Serling.
Okay, I thought because that was like just I couldn't make for sure, but and all that.
Yep.
But yeah, I grew up with Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom.
Wild Kingdom.
I mean, we had
with
3
Carl,
channels, and you had
Carl
a choice.
Perkins, not Carl Perkins.
It was
something Perkins.
There you go.
Carl Perkins was a singer.
Who was
Crap. Marlon Perkins? Marlon Perkins.
I know it's Meet Our Host. There we go. Close. Oh, Lord. Well, Jim Fowler was on it. Marlon Perkins.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep, that's him. Yeah.
And what was funny was that he was at the age where he'd be like, he'd tell Jim,
you go.
Yeah, Jim, go get that animal, and he was like the muscle. And I was like, okay, well, because you could see every now and then you see Marlon Perkins trying to mess with something, and he was like, I can't handle this. I need you over here.
Yep.
Yeah, 95. I think it was more than 95%, Heather, were you on the chat. So that's where all the chats came from, is from Heather. So,
That's
all right,
really weird, though.
let's see. It's 2:30 here, so it's what, 4:30 there for you?
3:30.
All right. Well, you said you were going to do till 3, and here we got to
I
rambling and reminiscing.
Oh my God, I know. It's easy to do.
Oh, I love it. I love it because it's fun to talk about old times and you know, and what they had, and I miss those days. I miss the
It's
day.
my fault.
Oh no,
Heather says it's her fault.
no. I'll take it. I own it.
Nope.
Well, it's 2 against 1. 2 ladies against me. I can see it now. When you go lay down, it's going to be like, Dad, burn it, that Texas Raider. And then
Nah.
if you're like me,
I don't think it'll.
you're too.
I don't think it'll. I don't think it'll take me very long to fall asleep as soon as I hit the pillow.
I'm still waiting for Heather to send me her cats so she can go to sleep.
Okay, what the heck is that?
I don't know. What do you got?
I don't know what I'm looking at up there.
Uh-oh.
What is that lock? Ad blocker. Oh, never mind. It's my ad blocker for
I see, said the blind man.
You don't, said the dumb.
So is it time for a cup of tea?
Tea.
A spot of tea?
I have a spot of cold tea.
Oh, bloomin' heck. Or bloody heck,
Yeah.
is what they say.
Yeah.
So does your house have a basement?
Yes.
See, I had asked. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It was a dirt basement when we first moved here. It was
Those
dirt.
are the fun ones.
Oh, yeah. That's when we used to get all the spiders and creepy crawly things coming up from the cellar and getting under the door and coming to visit us in our beds.
Oh, so that was like the Addams family.
You know, like those big, fugly little spiders that live in the dirt. Oh, I hated those things. Every now and then we'd get them crawling in our bed.
Oh, so it's true. It really is bed bugs. Yeah, see, I'm the same, Heather. I don't have a basement, and mine's one level. For the realtor that I had up here in Oklahoma, I said I'm looking for a fenced-in backyard for my dog Faith. I said, I'm looking for a garage. I said a plus would be a basement or a storm cellar. Those are my 3 want or wish list items. Well, when I got this house, I had no fence, no basement, but I got a 1-car garage. Which my
no
truck
basement?
No.
So you don't have a storm cellar either?
No, ma'am. Now do you see? Yeah, I'm in Tornado Alley. Yes,
that's not good.
well, here's the other kicker. So
no.
behind me on the other end, because I'm at one end of the block, on the other end of the block is the city's park. Well, if you look at where the park is, it would be up here, and then the street and all that have a decline, and I'm down here. So when it thunderstorms, when it rains,
it comes down to your house.
And I'm sitting there, when I opened up my garage door, I noticed that the garage door, the bottom portion of that panel, was I mean, it's rusted. I mean, it's like, it's that kind of rusted. So that's the reason why I'm trying to get it replaced. But anyhow, and then of course because I moved in July here, and the first rain we had, I had like 4 inches of rain. So I went out and looked and videotaped, and the street was flooded, and all this water was everywhere, and all that. Well, oh boy, the zoomies have begun. I didn't
Oh,
I didn't
God.
start it, Heather. He must have had some coffee or catnip. No, that mellows them. But anyhow, long story short, I've got to try to figure out a way, because my backyard, which I'm glad I found out that it floods if it comes heavy rains, because if I was going to spend thousands of dollars to get a privacy fenced in backyard, or even a chain link backyard, all the rain is going to bring leaves and twigs and tree limbs, and it would be up against
Trash.
my brand new fence, no matter if it was a wood privacy fence or a chain link, and it was going to, clog it up. They've been kicked back out. I can see it now. She's going to have to put a kitty door in her door. Get out!
And lock it when they're out.
But anyhow, I've been trying to figure out a way to get a storm cellar to put it in the ground. But the problem is, if it rains and the rain gets up, let's say 6 to 8 inches, it's going to go into the storm cellar.
Yeah.
So I've got to
Wow.
see, and all that. And everybody says, well, just get you one of them storm cellar things that go in your garage and it stands up and all that. And I said, yeah, what do you do when the house collapses? You're in that little metal box and you can't get out.
Yeah, no kidding.
And you're like me. It's like, oh, I shouldn't have had that cup of coffee. Now I need to go to the restroom. Oh,
Yeah.
anyhow. But so it's one of those things. The good Lord bless me, like I said, with getting me the need of a dishwasher. So, with the good Lord's help, somehow, some way, I'll figure out how we're going to get or how I'm going to do a storm cellar, if I'm going to have to raise it up, because I want one that's detached away from the house and all that. And I want one that don't have to worry as far as the house, come toppling down on top of it and all that. That's how come when you see storm cellars, they're not near the house, they're away from it. So if any debris or whatever, you can still get out.
Could you build it out of concrete block?
Well, they make them now to where it's like they're all concrete, but they come in 2 sections. It's like they insert. It's kind of like a open box, and then they dig the hole and they set the box down, and then they set the top on top of it, and it's got a seal and all that. Well, the problem is that the door is usually at a couple inches away from ground level. Well, if it floods here in the back or in my back house,
You can't open the door.
Yeah, well, that or water's going to get in if the seal's bad or type thing or whatever. And I don't want to get one of those cheap ones that are made out of fiberglass that they dig a hole and then they go, whoop, set it in, because I've seen too many things like a massive safe. Well, I've got a safe, but it holds something else. I'll leave it at that, because you're live and we can't say that. So anyway,
Yes, I do. I understand.
that's why I'd love to have had a basement, but see, all the houses that I've lived in always were concrete foundation or slab. This is the first house I've ever owned that's on pier and beam, or it's raised. It's got a concrete wall around the house that that supports the house foundation, but on the outer edge of it and all that. And there's crawl spaces that go under the house. But of course, guess what? They're made for a kid. They don't make them for big guys like me with broad shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the matter,
Yeah.
Faith? Am I disturbing you? You back comfy?
If you wanted, if you had one of those with the concrete storm cellar, you'd have to build it up so that it would stick further up out of the ground.
That, or I would have to I'd have to build a wall around it, so,
Around it.
or or something to divert the water away from said door. So
Yeah.
there's
Build a
there's a
channel.
solution. It's just that it's on the back burner right now, kind of like how I'd love to have a wood stove for a fire, or not a wood stove, but a wood burning fireplace. There's not one in this house. And all that. It's just, it's a work in progress. Right now, I need to get the garage taken care of. I need to get the dishwasher and install a garbage disposal and get rid of my avocado green kitchen sink.
Oh, yuck.
Yeah, trust me, I go in my kitchen and it's flashback to the 70s because remember the avocado green came out in the 70s?
Oh, unfortunately, yes. We had an avocado green refrigerator.
Oh yeah, everything. They had avocado.
The
cookware.
people had the whole kitchen was avocado green. Ugh. Yes, I remember those days.
Oh, she's got a hidey hole underneath her house.
Well, that's
So it's not accessible from the inside.
see one thing that I never lived in a house that didn't have a cellar.
Yeah.
All the houses up here have cellars.
She says
Of
at
some
least
kind.
it's not pink. Now, I remember Pepto-Bismol
Oh
pink.
yeah. Yeah, although the yeah.
I'm like, who comes up with these colors for a house?
Yuppies.
Oh yeah, avocado green will sell great.
Oh yeah, it's the new thing.
I lived in a house.
Avocado green or harvest gold. Which one would you
Oh
like?
yeah, I forgot about that one. I remember in one house that I stayed in, the bathroom was that Pepto-Bismol pink.
Oh God, yes.
I mean, everything, the tile, it was pink, pink, pink,
Yeah. Pink and black.
Oh no, it was all pink.
Black
Just
trim? All pink. Oh, jeez.
I felt like
Yeah,
I was
at
going
least
to be having a psychedelic episode.
yeah. No, I'm not a big fan of pink
But
at all.
I don't know. It's just the I know that my siding, the vinyl siding, does need work and it does need to be replaced. But as I was going to say earlier, my cousin had the wood hardy board, which is pre-primered, and you can paint it whatever color you want. But it cost him over $10,000 to get that done.
Wow.
I'm not rich, so but I've got windows that how the I guess the gas or whatever they've had a leak and they turn all cloudy. I've got I have 19 windows in this house. 19.
That's
lot
a
of
lot
windows.
windows.
And so I was sitting there going like, well, if I do the siding, I need to get the windows done at the same time so that everything's off. They can put the windows in. But if they put new siding on and then come back and do the windows, Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
no.
You want to get the windows done first.
I mean, I can, I can do handyman stuff. I know things. And if I don't know, I'll try to learn so I can improve myself. But if it's one of those things like I need to run an electrical wire from here to there and it needs to be connected to the breaker panel or something like that, then I'm probably going to be calling somebody that knows more than me just to be safe. And so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Someone
somebody
was-
today said they were trying to find a company to come and dispose of an antenna next to their house. It was a ham radio antenna and it made me think of you. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Well, the antenna that we put up is temporary because I have a tower, but the problem is that I was trying to get an antenna up for time being temporarily so that I could have it up before winter sets in. But my tower, I have to dig a hole that is 3 foot wide and 3 foot deep at least, and then fill it full of concrete, put the base on, and then build the tower, which goes up 30 feet, or actually a little bit taller than that. And then it gets mounted to the house and yada, yada, yada. So that was a lot of work, and the cost, concrete's not cheap and everything else. Whereas this is a lot easier and it was quicker and it works. So there we go. That's how come I did that one. But yes, thank you for thinking of me, Heather. I appreciate it. Yeah,
And
they should
someone
sell it.
said they should sell it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's a ham of somebody up there. If they, either that or have that person contact the local ham radio club that's up there and say, hey, look, I've got this. If they come remove it, they can have it. They take it down, they can have it. Type thing.
Yeah.
I don't
Then
know if
they
this-
won't have to take it down and
Yeah, most likely triangle because most of them were made triangle. That's what I have.
yeah.
So, but I'm still learning. Everybody keeps wanting to, hey, I need to contact you about ham stuff. I'm going, look, I don't know everything. I'm still learning, and all that because I'm an old sea beer from way back when, back in the 70s. And I got ham radio because the fact for emergencies and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I did it.
Yeah.
And as you
We
can
had
tell,
some-
I like to talk a lot. It's like, 12 hours later on Miss Lori's live stream, he's still talking. Is he ever
And
going to shut up?
the thing about the ham, though, is you can talk to people all around the world.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
just
Heather, maybe, no, I'm sorry, Miss Lori.
not just in the local area, but you really can talk to people all over the world.
And I can talk to the International Space Station that's up flying around up in space.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. The only problem is that my ham radio won't reach my mother because she's up in heaven.
I don't think you want to try and make a connection through that kind of means, because that
No.
probably wouldn't be a good thing. The results might not be what you want to hear.
Well, no, I mean, I grew up.
Was it the Twilight Zone?
Probably something on Star Trek.
The Twilight Zone was an episode of a little boy who talked to his grandmother on the telephone.
Oh, wow. Well-
And she was dead. But the telephone, when they found out at the end of the show, the telephone lines had broken and it went down to the graveyard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I
definitely
think it was a Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
It was either Twilight Zone or One Step Beyond or one of those shows. It was the kid from oh, what the heck? Lost in Space.
Oh.
Billy Mummy. Mummy, whatever it is. That's I think it's a Twilight Zone.
I'm guessing I would say you're right.
Yeah.
Because that show was, I mean, it was ahead of its time back in the day.
I loved that show. That show was awesome. My mother hated it. It scared her too much.
Yeah, she was making me think there for a second, Heather. That's for sure. Let's see. I mean, my mother, I mean, when they owned that nightclub, and of course I was 13, and of course my parents would come home at all different types of hours.
Oh, I bet.
I mean, because they had to close the bar, then they'd usually go down to Denny's or whatever place. They'd eat and all that jazz,
Yes,
and then the party would start, and all the other items would come into play. By the time they got home, it was like 5 o'clock or whatever, and they were usually under the influence or whatever.
Yeah, not exactly.
For whatever, and my mother was an Irish redheaded left-handed woman, and my father and my mother, boy, they'd go at it, and then my father would start beating on my mother, and I'm a 13-year-old scrawny kid. Okay, I mean, when I went in the military at 17, my waist was 27 inches. I'm not going to tell you what it is now. So I had to defend my mother and try to protect my mother. And Lord have mercy, I got beat, I got hit, I got, several times. And I'm not trying to get sympathy and all that. And like I said, everybody has had it worse than me. But that's what I grew up with. And after I came home from boot camp in 1979, I got to stay home and, help my recruiter and do silly things to help him and all that. And I got an extra week to stay home before I had to report to Astoria, Oregon. I call it a different name. But anyway.
Yeah.
At 17, I had to take a Greyhound bus from Fort Worth, Texas to Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon, catch another bus to Astoria. There was the nearest airport was in Portland, which was 90 miles away. So I'm there on my first ship. 84 hours after I was on there, I was being summoned to the executive officer, the second in command of the ship's office. Well, I'm upside down, and I have the left side of the ship or port side of the ship's anchor on my chest. I'm sitting there painting it white, and they're telling me, go up here, go up here, go up here. And I'm like, I've only been here a couple of days. What did I do? But anyway, so I'm kind of like nervous and scared and going, oh, great. What'd you do? What'd you do? So I get up in his office, I knock, and I did the routine. Seaman Connor here. I'm reporting for duty, or reporting as ordered, sir. And he says, "Well, come on in." And as soon as I walked in, he had one of those desk type calendars on his desk, and I saw a paper that said my mother's name. And I said, "Sir, forgive me, may I speak?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "That's my mom." He goes, "Yeah, I don't know how to tell you, Chris, but your mom's passed away." And that
Ah,
and that was like somebody just punched me in the face, like,
kicked you in the gut.
and just within, so many hours beforehand, I'm sitting there talking to my mom like I'm talking to you and to Miss Heather. And so he goes, "Do you have money?" And I said, "Well, no." I said, "I just got here. I hadn't even got a first check yet." And he says, "Well, we'll get the Red Cross to help you to get home." So basically, of course, at that time, like I said, my parents were divorced. My father had remarried to a lady who owned a jewelry store in Fort Worth, Texas. So she had the money. Anyway, so I got back on the bus, went to Portland. Portland, I caught a plane, flew from Portland to Dallas Fort Worth Airport. Tried to get my dad to come get me. That didn't happen. I had to contact my best friend's stepfather, who was a Fort Worth police officer, to come pick me up, to give me a ride to my father's house. Well, I found out that my father wasn't at home. He was at our old house where my mother and I were living at, having a garage sale. Come to find out, once I got there, all of my mother's jewelry, which I have, all the diamonds were picked out of the settings. And supposedly that's what was used to pay her funeral. So when I got back to my ship after the funeral and all that, I went back to the same second in command officer and said, "Sir, I need your help." He says, "How can I help you?" I said, "I need to investigate my father for possible the death of my mother. Because what did I grow up with? Because my father was the one that found her, passed away. So I basically needed to investigate my father on the death of my mother." You're fine, Faith. I'm sorry. I was just moving, get comfortable. Sorry, baby girl. So, and yeah, it was just like, anyway, we contacted the police department there who did the report, and they assured me that it was natural. And what had happened is that my mother was at work at that time at a convenience store in Fort Worth, Texas, and a customer had just happened to come into the store and was looking around trying to find the clerk or whoever was working, couldn't find anybody. So he went outside. Lord and behold, there was my mother laying down and a trash bag next to her, because what she was doing was taking the trash out to put it in the dumpster. She had fallen, hit her head on the concrete, had a subdural hematoma, which is a brain bleed, and that's what killed her. That's what I was told. So one of the questions whenever I meet the good Lord at the pearly, or Peter at the pearly gates, one of the questions I'm going to ask is this really true?
Or did somebody beat her over the head?
So anyway, now after she had passed away and I was still in the military, because the second in command asked me, he said, "Chris, do you want to get out of the military or do you want to stay in?" And I looked at him and said, "Sir, I don't have any family. This is all I've got." So I stayed. And so anyhow, a friend of mine, a shipmate, we went out to this jetty on the Columbia River, which is right there by Astoria. and at the time we didn't know, but there was a tsunami warning, and so I noticed that the Pacific water had gone way the heck out. Well, I didn't know. So I'm down there, way down. I'm way down there, and all of a sudden I hear yelling, and then I hear the roar, and I see white of the waves breaking on the jetty. My friend is trying to run. I'm trying to run to get back up on shore, up on higher ground, up onto the sand dunes and all that. And he got washed out to sea back out in the Pacific. The water took me and pushed me up over the sand dunes, and then I saw a log, a big log. I grabbed the log and climbed onto the log. Well, I didn't know where I was. I was trying to get my bearings and all that, and I thought I was out in the ocean with him, and I'm hollering for him and all that. Then I see the parking lot and everything, and so I know, okay, I'm back up on land. But still, I didn't know how deep the water was, so I jumped off thinking it's going to be deep. Well, it wasn't. So I had to call the Coast Guard to come rescue him and all that. And it was just like, but I felt like my mother was watching over me and was my guardian and protected me to get me back up on shore.
Yeah.
At least that's what I always felt. I felt like that's what happened. Now, granted, it could have been my mother. It
She was praying for you.
It, could have been the Lord, good Lord. But anyway, if somebody would ask me when I was 13, what job are you going to be doing in X amount of years? And if somebody would have said, oh, you're going to be a police officer, I'd have said, oh, you're crazy. I'm going to be a fireman. Which I was, but at the time when I came back to the United States from Israel, there wasn't any job openings for firemen because back in those days, you got jobs by getting a newspaper and looking in the newspaper. Whereas now it's all internet based and all that. There was a job for a police officer. Boom, that's where it happened back in 1984. And so, yeah. So that's my life story.
Wow.
And of course, I never, my sister is a nonverbal person. So there's not much, when I visit my sister, she looks at me and she's kind of looking at me like I'm supposed to know you, and it looks, and I feel like when I look at her, we've, of course, we've got the big, as I call it, the Maxwell Q Klinger nose we've been blessed with. But we still have the same facial as far as kind of looking. And, she stares at me like I'm supposed to know you, but I can't just grasp it. And I do things that when I saw my mother do with my sister, my mother would take her hand and put her up on the throat. And so she could feel when she talked, she could feel the vocal cords, feel the vibrations in my sister's hand. She could feel it to try to get her to talk. But, she screams is what she does. She doesn't, she doesn't scream and scare because she's scared. She just, the way she talks is just she screams,
Yeah. My sister was not quite that bad. She was functioning, and she just basically what they told my mother when she finally got out of the state school. My mother requested them to let her go and come home because she needed help because my father was getting really bad. And my sister has basically she had the mentality of a 12-year-old. She never got past that. She could read and write at like 3rd grade level, 4th grade level. So she didn't, she wasn't as bad as some.
Yeah.
I mean, your sister definitely was a lot
Yes, she
more
was. She
serious.
is. I mean, the things that you and I and Heather take for granted, like, what am I going to wear today? I need to pick out a shirt. I need to get pants or whatever, or even just brushing your teeth, combing your hair, or fixing your hair. Those things that we take for granted, she has to have help with.
Yeah.
She has the mentality of maybe an 8th or 9th month old child.
Yeah.
Um,
When my sister was she was in a state school,
Same here, my
which
sister.
is what they always did with anybody that had any kind of birth defects like that. And she was functioning so well when she was in the state school that she basically was like, she would take care of the ones that were in wheelchairs, the ones that were in cribs that couldn't function at all. She'd give them baths. She'd feed them just like feeding a baby.
Well, that's great.
And she so she was she loved babies. She was always, anybody that had a baby, she just had to come and see it, and she had to hold it, and she just loved babies. And she'd always take care of anybody that needed taken care of. If anybody was sick, she was the first one there to say, "What can I do to help you?" And
That's a blessing.
yeah, so
And
she
it kept her busy,
she she actually, God love her, my mother died in 2002. And after that, my sister was living alone. I was taking care of her. I was taking care of her money and all that.
Right.
And helping her out if she needed to go shopping or something like that. I'd take her shopping so she could get her groceries and whatever she needed. She was terrible with money. She spent like
it was growing
uh,
out of trees.
yeah, exactly. And she'd say at the end of the month, she'd say, "Oh, well, I don't have enough money for that. I don't have enough money to buy milk." And I'm saying, "Cecile, how much? I mean, you have, you should be able to get by with what you get." So I told her, I said, I'll take care of your money and help you out. And she stayed in the apartment that she and my mother had, because she was in public housing. Actually it was an elderly housing
Huh.
originally, but it was for people that were on any kind of disability or anything like that. So she had an apartment and she was getting help with that through the government, Social Security. And a couple of years later, she actually got married. She met a guy, and he was in a similar situation, and the two of them hit it off, and they would take care of each other. And she ended up getting married to him.
Wow.
And when she ended up getting lung cancer
Okay.
in 2016, she had a bad cough for like 2 years, and we kept telling her, go to the doctor and check it out. Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. No, go get it checked. No, I'm fine. And then it got to the point where she could not breathe. She was gasping for air.
Man.
And my brother had died a year before, 6 months before. And I said, Cecile, you sound as bad as Tommy did. I said, you need to go to the doctor and check. Okay, I'll go. Well, she ended up finding out that she had a tumor on her windpipe. And she lasted about 6 months. And then she was gone. Her husband, who was also in very bad physical shape, he ended up dying 6 months later.
A broken heart.
Broken heart, absolutely. Because I mean, they were
It's like back in 1993, I got a phone call from one of my aunts, and who was a sister to my father. They were twins. And said,
wow.
that your dad's here, living here. He's not in good shape, but I'm taking care of him. That was late in 1993. And I got to speak to him, and I told my dad that he was a grandfather. So he knew, whereas my mother, when she passed away at 36.
Oh,
My
wow.
father died on January 26, 1994, one day after my birthday. So, yeah, and he was 57. And so I've obviously outlived, you're fine, Faith. You're okay. I just got up and reached position. Anyhow, I've outlived my parents, and I've outlived my grandparents, except for my great grandfather. I don't know if I'll ever, he, that man, he passed away up in his 90s. So anyhow, but,
Wow.
My father and I, weren't as close as. And when I got out of the military, my father was living in Riverside, California, and was working for a company that made bushings, metal bushings. And what is funny is that the owner of the company was named his last name was named Kennedy. And he was the president of the company. So I thought it was funny that President Kennedy.
President Kennedy.
And so when I came out of the military in 1982, I drove down from Seattle, Washington, all the way down to Riverside, California, in my 1973 CJ5 ragtop Jeep, and saw my father. I stayed with him for a little while. We went and visited a couple places and all that. We'll come to find out the owner, President Kennedy, had a yacht. And he was looking for somebody that could take care of his yacht, who knew boats and things like this and all that. So basically, I got hired to live on the yacht, to take care of the yacht, to maintain the yacht. And if he called and said, "Hey, we're going to be coming out. I need you to get this, and this, and make sure all that's good," it would be ready, so that when he'd come onto the yacht and all that. Well, one of these trips, we're heading out to the Pacific, and we're going to Catalina Island. There's a reason why I say Catalina Island. Did we lose Heather, or is she still awake?
I don't know. I don't know. She hasn't said anything in a while.
I noticed that. But anyway, all of a sudden on Channel 16, which the Coast Guard uses for emergencies and distress calls and all that on the marine frequencies, you hear the U.S. Coast Guard saying that, calling out that there's a woman that has fallen overboard and is missing. And any vessels search. So we did what the maritime law said. We began to search. Of course, we were at the north end of the island, but it was actually on the south end of the island. It turned out the missing person was Natalie Wood.
Natalie Wood. I was going to say that. I knew it as soon as you said that.
Who I always had a crush on. I always had a crush on Natalie Wood. You know, ever since Rebel Without a Cause came out, I was like, wow. But anyway, but anyhow, and to this day, I still think Robert Wagner knows more than he's telling.
Yeah.
Because she couldn't swim.
She was drunk.
Or, yeah.
She was definitely drunk. That's or at least that's the story they said, that she was drunk. Yeah. She was drinking.
Well, she did like to do that, but you know, I don't know.
Yeah,
and then,
that was
what was it? Christopher Walken, or however you pronounce his name, was also on board, and to this day, her sister Lana Wood, and all that, can't get him to tell the truth, or he's like, I'm taking that to the grave. And so there's something that happened that somebody he knows, and he's just not saying. And all, but anyway, but to this day, anything with Robert Wagner, it's like I'm watching a movie and it's like all of a sudden he shows up. Nope, I'm not going to watch it.
Yeah, I know. There's always that nagging thought in the back of your mind.
And all,
some kind of nefarious happenings were going on that boat.
Well, Miss Lori, it's about almost 3:30 here. I figure you've got to get some rest.
I know. I should. It's 20 past 4.
All right. Well, look, and Heather is listening, but she's probably getting tired too.
She's probably
slowed down on the
dozing off in between.
So I'm going to say, Heather, you have a great night or good morning. And if you think of anything else that maybe that she could need or want and other ideas, email me, please. And all. And tell Boots I said hi. And Miss Lori, I love you to death, girl. You're great.
I love talking to you.
I love talking with you. I greatly, with all sincerity, greatly appreciate you allowing me to come on and keeping you awake.
For about 3 hours after I wanted to be in bed. I know, but I started it by going on at 11 o'clock. I think I started.
Well, I'm going to finish it. But both of you ladies, have a peaceful sleep. I'll be up for a little bit longer and all, because I want to go to your community page and all that. So, but anyhow, so I can see that roast.
Yeah, you can see the roast and you can check out my rant.
Yeah, what was it back in the 70s where they'd have a roast and they'd roast some movie star?
Yeah, celebrities. Yeah, the Friars Club.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, you're right. All right. Yep. Well, on the Friars Club note, I will say God bless you both. May the Lord be with you. And may you have a great and wonderful evening or morning and sleep. If you need anything, holler, let me know.
All righty. Thank you so much.
Hugs to both.
Nice talking to you.
Great talking with you. I'll see you later.
All righty. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Heather. I am going to sign off because I need to sleep. So thank you, everybody that came up to join us. And I shall see everybody hopefully tomorrow at some point. Thank you, Heather. Good night, Chris. I'm going to shut it down right now if I can find the button. Oh, yeah, there it is. Good night. Love you. God bless.